Paladin gets a res, then that means they've gotten it back again. Oh shit. Oh. Damn, dude. That's sick.
皆さんおはようございます。
おはようございます。
Good morning, everyone. 第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー
Volume good, chat. Let me know if I need to change it.
Thank you very much for tuning in and welcome to the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number 66. 皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
Thank you for watching. My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy 14. 皆さんおはようございます。ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
はい、そして今日はゲストにあゆみさんがいらっしゃいます。あゆみさんお願いします。
Hi, hello, my name is Aimi. I'll be helping with translation support for today's broadcast. 今回の通訳サポートを務めさせていただきます。徳竹あゆみです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
And lastly, my name is Toshio Murachi, also known as a Fox Clone. You're a global community producer here. 信号を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルことムルーツです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
I think he is tired.
はい、よろしくお願いします。ということで、まず最初に
いやまあちょっと押したのはさ、はい、まあ僕はギリギリまでタバコ行ってたっていうのも悪いんだけど、オープニング画面をね、いかにうまく見せるかっていうのをギリギリまで測ったんですいませんでした。はい。
So we started just a little bit late to this time. Of course, Yoshida had to step out to smoke a cigarette, but that's beside the point. We were trying to show off that opening sequence there on that screen, and we wanted to time it just right. And we were struggling until the very last minute there, so apologies.
Yeah, there was a hot debate here. ケンケンガクガクやっておりました。無事出てきてよかった。Yeah, good to show. かっこよかったです。
ありがとうございます。結構調整実は大変で、まあ巨大なものをこう動かすんだけど、14って可変フレームレートなので、やっぱちょっとやっぱり微妙にその描画精度でちょっと落ちたりずれたりとかして、うまい速度に合わせるのが結構難航して、サウンドに渡すのもフィックス渡すのも結構遅くなったんで、ご迷惑をおかけしました。
Thank you so much. It was quite a struggle, a big undertaking to make the different adjustments. When we're trying to move large objects on screen, of course, with the fluctuating frame rate, it is a very challenging element to kind of render. And depending on the quality of the rendering, it's quite difficult to get the timing just right. So we did struggle on that. I'm afraid it did delay us in handing over the animation over to the sound.
はい。で、今日はなんですけど、今日の PLL はちょっと特殊な回なので、まず最初に今日がなんでどういう段取りなのかをちょっと説明させていただきます。
はい。
So this letter live is kind of special one. So let me explain what is the setup for today. まず、今日は通訳、あゆみさんに通訳に入っていただいて、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送で、行います。So first and foremost, this letter live is the bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have あゆみさん here, and she can help translating your citizen speech. And then during the letter live, how it works is, Yoshida-san basically speaks in Japanese, and then あゆみさん translate his comments into English. Soまず吉田さんが原則日本語で、もろもろ説明していきます。で、それを、あゆみさんが、随時訳していってくれるというスタイルで進みます。で、私ですけれども、毎回これも言うんですけど、私は自分で訳していくんですが、今日何部か構成なんですけど、最後の最後のお知らせコーナーが来るまで、私からは大して重要なことは申しません。ので、あれ今モルボルなんか通訳し忘れてるじゃんとかあっても気にしないで 特に「あは」って言ってるだけだなって思っておいていただければいいかなと思いますので、そういうご理解でよろしくお願いいたします。So and then I will translate myself by myself. But if you notice, if I mistranslating something, but just leave it because nothing important information is coming from my mouth anyway. So until very end at the announcement section, I mean, I am just nodding and then saying, "Aha! Wow! Job is so
This guy, man."
And then today's Letter Lab has 3 major sections. The first part is all about the new jobs. I mean, job changes, adjustments, followed by the battle-related updates. And then we are going to have some other updates. So there are 3 major sections for today. 今日は大きく3部構成になっておりまして、
He is very good at English, honestly.
ジョブ関連、全部お持ち帰りなんで
He's
すけど
like community management lead, so kind of has to be.
続いてバトル関連、今日は主に PVE ですけれども、バトル関連の調整のお話、そしてさらにその他のいくつかお知らせがありますので、そういう話をやっていって、賞味4時間ぐらいですかね。
わかんないな。まあ今日私こちらにニコニコとTwitch と YouTube とコメントが全部あるんで、大概こっちに行ってる場合コメント見てみてください。
So just to let you know, Yoshida-san has the monitors for Nico Nico, Twitch, and YouTube broadcasts, and he's following along with some of the comments. So don't mind him if he kind of drifts off to the side of the screen. He's just checking the comments.
そうですね。で、私のはちなみにこっち側なので、私はこっち見てると思います。Yeah, my screens are placed here, so I will looking at here this direction to check your comments. はい、皆さんのコメント、私の方は画面こっちにありますので、私がこっちを見てるときは
Judging all the bad takes, dude.
思っていただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
結構ね、見てるか吉田とかね、寝てるかとかね、書かれてるんですけどね。あと眠そうって結構あります
ね。We were seeing comments like, "Oh, Yoshida's actually looking at our comments. Oh, he looks kind of sleepy, and is he asleep, etc., etc."
寝てたらね、発売できないんだ。
There's no time for sleep. We won't be able to release the game if we're taking time to sleep.
だって14のほら巨大さはさ、皆さんもよく知ってるじゃないですか。たくさん遊んでいただいてるんで、あれを全部見るんですよ。もう何から何まで、サブクエストの端からね、ありとあらゆるものを見てってるんで、寝てられないんですよ。
I mean, you understand how large FF14 is. You all play the game, and we have to check every single aspect of it, from not just the main parts of it, but even the nooks and crannies of the subquests as well. So there's no time for sleep.
まあなので、
Poor fucker, man.
今モルゴが
I feel bad for him.
言ったように、今日と次回の PLL で 6.0 ドーンとご紹介するんですけど、今日は主に PVE、それからバトル関係のシステム周りだったりとかアップデートの、詳細というよりジョブに関してはコンセプトをお伝えしていく回になってます。で、例えば PVP の新しいコンテンツとか夜桜とかっていうのは次回の PLL で特集するので、そこはぜひご承知おきください。
Of course, as Foxconn just mentioned, we will be covering the different elements with this PLL, and we will have another follow-up immediately before the release of Endwalker, but we will be covering the different elements of the new expansion. So for this PLL, it's going to be primarily about the PvE items, the battle system updates, and the job changes. We won't delve too far into detail for each individual jobs, but we would like to go over the different concept that went into the different updates that we'll be making. Unfortunately, PvP and Disciples of the Land and Hand information will be next PLL, so I'm afraid we will not be covering it during today's broadcast, so apologies in advance.
で、あと特筆すべきなのは、
Thank you for 6 months, Sapro. Alerts are muted, sorry.
例えばないとかもうここ
Thank you, man. Welcome back.
ここがこうなりこのアクションがこうでこれの強さはこうですみたいなのは当然ちょっと言ってたら終わんないっていうのもあるし明日からいよいよメディアツアーがスタートします、でメディアの皆さんには一足早くですね特定のエリアと、全部ジョブレベル90でプレイをしていただいてですね メディアの皆さんとかインフルエンサーの皆さんが、全世界一斉に情報解禁して、インプレッション上がると思うので、まあぜひそちらをですね、詳細はね見ていただければなと思っております。はい。はい。
And of course, we also wanted to make note that with the different job updates, I'm afraid we won't go into detail.
You want me to turn it up?
Be like, oh, Paladin's going to do this and the action's going to be like that and potencies is this and this and that. Well, one thing, if we said everything, you would take forever for the broadcast. But we will be doing a media tour where we invite members of the media as well as influencers to get a glimpse of the new content, some of the new areas, and all of the jobs available at the upcoming level cap of level 90. So they will be creating information and content to share with you, and they will go live after an embargo lifts. So I hope that people will tune into that information.
まあ結構ね、今回メディアツアーで楽しみなのは海外のインフルエンサーの方も結構お呼びしてるので、まあどっちかっていうとなんか久しぶりに MMO 談義ができそうでちょっと楽しみだなみたいなのもねいくつかあるんで、まあその辺をね気力にしながら頑張っていこうかなと思います。
And the one thing that I'm really excited about is that we do have a lot of Western influencers joining us this time for this media tour. And so I am so excited to talk MMO shop with them in my interviews. So that's going to be
pretty cool.
What I'm going to be looking forward to throughout this media event.
はい、でこのメディアツアーの、記事とかレビューとかはですね、全世界一斉に10月中旬頃に公開される予定になっておりますので、そちらはぜひお待ちいただければと思います。So the review and the articles from this media tours will be available globally at the timing of the middle October. So please look forward to it.
じゃあ早速始めていこうとは思うんですけど、2点だけすいません。あと2つ確認させてください。はい、まず1つ目、今日お伝えしていく情報はやっぱりエンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレまだ開発中です。最後の最後本当にギリギリまでバランス調整やってるので、今日お伝えした内容が変わる可能性があるっていうのは、まずご理解ください。
So before we jump into the main part of the show, we would like to bring up two additional points. First of which is, of course, we'll be talking about Endwalker today, but we are still making final adjustments. It is still in development, and so please understand that some of these elements are subject to change.
そしてですね、
He's pointing at the balance Discord with that one.
確かに私疲れております。疲れているのは事実なんですが、怒ってるのとかそういうのはないです。顔がね、そういう顔なんです。怒ってたりとかは決してしてないので、真面目に話すと なぜかね怒ってるって言われるんでね、そこはご理解をいただきたいのと、まあちょっとやっぱ疲れは確かに疲れてるんで言い間違いとかちょっとどもったりとかする可能性があるんですけど、今日はちょっとすいません、ご容赦いただけると助かります。はい。
And one important thing, I am tired. That is a fact. I'm sorry. And people have asked, Yoshida, are you angry? And I am not. I'm just, this is the way I look. This is my face. So whenever I'm talking about something serious, I apparently give off the impression that I'm angry, but please understand I am not. I am tired, so I might, my speech might not catch up with me quite. I might stutter at times, but please understand.
Dude, I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling.
YouTube comments saying, but you're always like
いつも疲れてる。Yeah, he must be always tired.
さあ、じゃあ始めていきましょうか。
Either that or he's about to drop something huge.
ゆっくりやるところはゆっくりやっていけたらなと思ってます。
Okay, I think we are ready to jump into the content here. I believe there isn't a strict sort of end time that we have to adhere to, so we're just gonna go into it, take our time, and explain as needed.
Oh shit, Shaq. Get ready! Get ready!
まず、
Clench your butts.
大事なのはジョブ関連調整だと思いますので、ここから行こうと思いますが、はい、まず、各ジョブとかロールとか行く前に、そう、全ジョブに対する基本方針をざっと説明しちゃおうかなと思っております。
So of course, we are going to be discussing about the different job updates and adjustments. But before we jump into talking about jobs or even roles, actually, I do want to cover something that encompasses all of the different jobs in general.
まず最初、ベースの方針なんですけど、こちらはシャドーブリンガーズ 5.0 の、
Okay.
方針をそのまま引き継いでおります。
So just as a baseline, we are sort of building upon what we have adjusted in Shadowbringers 5.0.
まあもちろんその
As
新たなア
expected.
クションとかはあるんですけど、
はい
まあその新システムとかをね、
うん
各ジョブにこうゴテゴテつけたりして、もうそのさらにシステムを各ジョブ複雑化させるようなことはしてません。
And of course, with the new level cap, we do add some more actions, but we haven't incorporated any sort of brand new system tacked on there or made anything too complicated.
まあもちろんベーシックのコンセプトはまあ5.0を引き継いでってるんですけど、まあ新しいアクションっていうのも当然たくさんありますし、変わってるところっていうのも各ジョブね、それぞれ第一章ではありますけど結構あるので、まあその辺の方針は今日お伝えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And of course, with the basic thought being building upon Shadowbringers 5.0, of course, there are new elements that are added leading up to Endwalker and different elements that we have changed, may it be small or big. So we would like to go over some of the concepts or the directions that we've taken for these different updates.
でこう一部ねちょっと複雑にしてほしいなと、
はいはいはい
3.x シリーズみたいなのっておっしゃる方もね最近ちらほら見るんですけど、やらないですよ。以前やって大変なことになったんでジョブの扱いは難しいわ、コンテンツは難しいわになってしまってやっぱねちょっとやりづらいと思うんで、今が一番安定してるかなと思うので、はい、この方針を、継続していく予定です。
And of course, there are a small group of you that desire for that complexity of what we've done in the 3.x series. But I'm afraid we won't go in that direction. It's quite a struggle because not only does the job actions become complicated, the content themselves make it kind of compoundedly worse. So I think we are at a good sort of stable place post Shadowbringers. So I think we would like to continue in that direction.
Oh shit. Well, we didn't expect anything different, let's be honest.
ずっと長くね、工程見てきた自分に関して、やっぱ5.0の方針が一番多くの人にフィットするだろうというすいません判断をさせていただいております。
And of course, I'm sure different players have different tastes. Some people might say, oh, I love the 3.0 series, 4.0 series, or etc. But I think looking at it from a general sort of perspective and from Yoshida's point of view, looking at 14 throughout these years, we do feel that 5.0 seems to fit as many people as possible. So apologies, but this is kind of the direction we're taking.
さあそしてもう一個全ジョブに共通して主に攻撃に関わるところなんですけど、主要な攻撃に関わるような、シナジーとかも含めたアビリティのリキャストっていうのをおおむね60秒120秒の間隔に、各ジョブ寄せてます。
And another thing that encompasses all of the jobs is regarding their attacks and some of the primary abilities and their recast timing. I think we've kind of equalized it to kind of lean towards that 60 second or 120 seconds.
まあこのあたりはですね、高難易度コンテンツをやるときにこうバースト薬を飲み、こう各ジョブアビリティ全開放して、
Yeah, that means bot is probably gonna change, right?
こう一定周期で合いやすいように、合わせやすいようにもちろんそれだったりしてるんですけど、まあ要はあと各ジョブこう別のジョブをやった時にも、サイクルってテンポ感は揃ってくるかなと思うので、まあその辺を踏まえてこうしてあります。
And this kind of takes into play when you go into the high difficulty dungeons and raids, where you have that sort of burst timing that you can match with taking your different medicines and then doing your different cooldown abilities. And you have that sort of relatively similar cycle depending regardless of what job you would do. So even if you kind of go into your alt job, you'd still have that kind of similar tempo or that cycle that you can keep up with.
ただしですね、
はい、
最大の注意点でございます。こちら。
Of course, there is a caveat to that.
Okay.
当然ですね、すべてを請求は
Alright, hold your horses, chat.
全部が全部60と120になってるわけではございません。ここは忘れずにぜひご注意ください。
そりゃそう。
But that being said, of course, we were not able to align everything. That's exactly 60 seconds or 120 seconds. So please understand that not all of the abilities might match up perfectly or exactly.
おい、車も60秒になってねえじゃねえかよっていうね、ことがあったりするわけですよ。車もね、残念ながら90秒リキャストままなんですよね。
It's like the ley lines. Oh no, it's not 60 seconds. No, that one still remains to be 90 seconds. Apologies.
悲しみですよ、私。
Okay.
So it's a black mage. It's really sad. They've neglected me. I'm not aligned to your timings.
As if you care.
ね、主力アクションがその寄せていく対象に入ってなかったっていう。
It's kind of unfortunate. The main job of the producer of the game missed out on having his timings of his ability. One of the main abilities kind of aligned to that kind of cycle.
公平に取り扱われてる。
フェアですよ。
Fair. The battle team treat every job fair.
I think IO will still be
みん
90.
ながパンボンやってる間にその30秒後に次の魔王を私開いたりしてあいつ一人で何やってんだみたいな空気が調整中にもございました。
So like everybody else is doing their abilities and their nice cycled timing, and then 30 seconds later I come in with my ley lines and everybody's kind of looking at me weird, like what is he doing off timing?
ではですね、この全ジョブに共通するまあベースは 5.0 をそのまま準拠してますよ。でいろんな主力の攻撃に関わるようなアクションアビリティのリキャストが60、120にこう、寄ってますよっていうことによって結構変わるものってあるんですよ。まあそれを頭の中にまず入れた状態で、見ていただきたいものがあるので、皆さん頭の中に入ってます？大丈夫ですか？
So again, our base concept is kind of building upon that 5.0 Shadowbringers, and then a lot of the primary abilities have been aligned to kind of fall in place between 60 or 120 second cast timing. So with that in mind, there will be abilities that kind of change in accordance to those updates. So if you could keep that in mind, and there's something that I want to watch, I want you to watch as you think about that.
So are you ready? 皆さん大丈夫ですか？
Oh
では
god.
約20分ありますので、
はい。
私もコメントはしません。ぜひですね、ゆっくりご覧いただければと思っております。あゆみさん、ここまでまず一回。
Alright, sit tight. Let's go.
So we will be looking at a 20-minute footage. None of us here will be making any comments. So if you could take your time to watch the footage, and then he has more to say.
さあ、それでは、6.0 エンドウォーカーのジョブアクショントレーラーとなっております。
This is the 6.0 job action trailer.
どうぞ。
It's loud anyway, dude. Don't worry. It's fucking loud. For me, anyway. New AoE ability. my god. That was Alamon, right? Alternate way to end in a release, maybe? Oh, okay. AoE finishes? The fairy lives? It looked like it, yeah. That did not look like TBN. Oh, okay. Excuse you? Alright, lay it on me, dudes. Lay it on me. No! It's still there! It's still there! Oh my fucking god, kill me. Okay, well, I can already see what's happening here. Machinist is gonna be boring as fuck. Gonna be boring as fuck, dude. Fuck me. Okay. Hey, it's Druid Star Shower. I go on 3 Midaris, I dare you. Oh. Is that glare too? There is a theme here, chat. I probably won't be able to talk about it today, but like on the next stream. There's a theme here. Okay. God. Oh my God. Look at his gauge, dude. Look how quick that's charging. What is that? No, it's a barrier healer. We already know this. Oh shit, dude. Oh damn. Holy shit, dude. Something that looks cool as fuck. Wait, so they get to just... So those symbols are primal shit, right? Oh my god. 10-minute rotation. Oh shit. Why are those fireballs like 5 FPS? Copium. Wait. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. You just confetti like 7 fucking times. What the hell?
はい、ジョブアクション動画ご覧いただきました。So now we watch the job action video.
まあまずはちょっと20分ぐらいでしたけどいかがだったでしょうかね。
Okay.
But first of all, yeah, it's a 20-minute trial, so to speak. How did everyone do?
だんだん長くなっております。So job action video is getting longer and longer.
まあやっぱり最初にお伝えした通り。
Did they even atonement once?
で、まあ正当に全体そのまま進化していきつつ、まあ主要リキャストが60、120に寄ってたりするので、あれなんかローテーションずいぶん間隔短くなったなみたいなのあると思うんで、
Maybe
まあ、そのあたりを
Maybe you consume stacks for something else,
これからご
perhaps.
説明していこうかなと思っております。
はい。
So of course, as mentioned earlier, our basis is 5.0 and building upon Shadowbringers, and so we've kind of evolved the different actions based on that, and with the primary abilities and the recast timing kind of being aligned towards either 60 seconds or 120, you might notice that the skill rotations and the intervals between them may feel a little shorter. So we'd like to go into the different jobs now to kind of explain some of the concepts and ideas.
まあコメントで多いのはあれですね。召喚師が召喚師になっているっていうコメントが英語も含めて多いですね。
I feel like I see a lot of comments that are saying, "Oh, the summoner is now a summoner, and we're summoning," and that goes for both the Japanese and English comments that I see.
私が見た中ではアルティマウェポンかよって言ってたのがちょっと面白かったです。So are you now Ultima Weapon? That was a funny comment I found.
I don't wanna heal anymore.
まあ召喚だけ尺投げずるいっていうコメントがあったんですけど、まあ見せないと全部わかんないかなと思って、一応ね一通り全部載ってるはず召喚は。はい。
Of course, some of you may have noticed that the length that Summoner is being featured is a little longer than everybody else, and they were like, not fair. But I mean, it's quite a significant change. So
Nice,
we
Summoner's
wanted to
just a
show
new
off,
job again.
All that we can.
yet
さあ
again.
じゃあ皆さん頭の中にそれぞれご自身のメインジョブの映像ある程度頭に入ったと思うので、ここから、ロールのお話で、それぞれのジョブのお話っていうので、続けて全ジョブお話ししていこうかなと思います。はい。
Okay, so now upon looking at the job action trailer and having that sort of mental image of your primary job and what actions that you saw, we'd like to dive in. We'll start from the different roles and then go into the different jobs.
さあまずは、タンクからいきましょうか。パワーポイントお願いします。はい。
Okay, so jumping into the tanks on the PowerPoint.
さあではタンク全体的なお話です。
Okay, so tanks overall.
はい、まずいいですよ、出してもらって。はい、一部の防御バフに関してなんですけど、単にね、それを実行するだけじゃなくて、例えば
Interesting.
敵のダメージの、直前に差し込むことによって、
Encouraging people to use cooldowns? Holy
他のアビ
shit.
リティと重ねて、うまく使うことで効果がね、さらに付与されるとかいうちょっとテクニカルな防御バフを入れたりしてます。
So certain the certain defensive buffs, that you cast, we wanted to, of course, add some benefits to it. So not just simply like protecting yourself from, say, a tank buster or something like that, but we wanted to make it so that if you are using it in conjunction with different abilities and kind of using them in combination, it allows for greater benefits and sort of like a technical aspect to some of these defensive buffs.
なんかこれね、ジャストガードとかパリーとかやるんだけど、ね、サーバークライアント
That
型のゲー
sounds
ムで、ね、
pretty cool,
それは
actually.
無謀なので、まあすごい効果の例えばですけど効果の短い追加効果があるんで、なんかこう、敵の栄翔の半分ぐらいでもうとりあえず打っときゃいいやだと、まあなんていうの、一応軽減 10% とかは働くんですけど、その後についてる効果がちょっと無駄になるねみたいな感じなので、そこは効果を見てうまく使ってもらえるといいなって感じです。はい。
Okay, so we're not talking about something very exact like a guard just at the right timing or like a parry. That's quite difficult for something that's a client-based MMORPG online. So it's more along the lines of some additional benefit for a short amount of time after utilizing certain abilities. So before you might be thinking, oh, okay, enemy is casting. I'll just go ahead and activate this ability when it's casting, and of course you'll still reap the benefit of, say, it's like a 10% damage mitigation, but there is a bit of a waste, and so by combining it with optimal like ability use, optimal times, you can reap even further benefits.
で、あとですね、また効果がね、それぞれちょっと異なる。自身もしくはパーティーメンバー一人に付与できる防御バフを各タンクジョブ持っているようになっているので、MT、ST の場合どっちでも役に立つんじゃないかなと思います。
And of course, these different effects do allow for different sort of effects that are being added to you. Some of these are a defense buff where it applies to yourself and a party member. So I think it does come in handy regardless of you main tanking or off tanking.
では次の項目なんですけど、
Wait, does that mean Paladin can actually tank? Do I get to cross one off?
ウェポンスキルコンボ中にですね、例えばトマホークとか遠隔攻撃を途中に挟むとね、コンボが中断されてたんですけど、それをなくしました。
Oh, that's really nice.
Next item was,
oh
and this
shit.
kind of applies to melee DPS as well, but whenever you are activating a weapon skill combo and you insert like a tomahawk for your warrior or something like that, like a ranged attack, that would kind of break your combo chain, but we've adjusted it so that that chain is not broken.
Oh, that's insane,
まあ
dude. That's really good.
各アクションのそのアビリティのリキャストが60秒サイクルとかになっていくと、今までのローテーションのこう1サイクルよりショートタームになると思うんですよ。まあ全体が
Such a ray of sunshine,
回転
Brimmer.
数が上がるって方がいいのかな。それに合わせてこういうコンボが途切れなくなるのって結構なんていうの攻撃してる感覚は結構強くなってるんじゃないかなと思う。
So with the different actions kind of being adjusted, so the recast timing leans closer to that 60-second intervals. Your rotations will start to feel a little bit shorter in their terms. So I think it's best to explain it as the number of times that you are attacking and the different skills are being activated kind of goes up in your rotations, and plus without those interruptions, it does give you that feeling of you are making an attack.
まあ例えばボス中心の攻撃があるので一回大きく距離を取らなきゃいけないみたいな時に、やっぱりちょっとコンボが途切れるのを嫌がって遠隔を使わないみたいなねところがあったと思うんですけど、そこはグローバルクールダウンが無駄にならないのであれば使う局面っていうのもまあ出てくるだろうし、むしろねグローバルクールダウン中にあえてよく
Yeah, you missed the entire job action trailer, dude.
まあそこら辺はタンクを使うプレイヤースキルが少しずつ差が出てくるんじゃないかなとは思います。はい。
And so, for example, say a boss kind of has this ranged, an AoE attack that starts from the boss and kind of goes outward, and everybody has to kind of disperse away from the boss. Some people don't want to break their weapon skill combo and include that sort of ranged attack. But with the sort of adjustment here, now we don't have to worry about like wasting our cooldown time, global cooldown time, or in some strategies, you might have to kind of decide when you deliberately need to time your GCD so that you can avoid some of those attacks. So I think this will kind of give the tank sort of strategy a little bit of range.
さあでは3つ目なんですけど、これも
I want to stream tomorrow, and we're gonna watch the fuck out the trailer and see what we can work out. Don't worry. We'll be talking a lot about this in the next stream.
And then the third item, and this doesn't apply just to tanks, but anybody who is making some kind of physical attack.
ちょっと
カメラにしますか。
そうですね、生カメにしてもらっていいですか。ですね、今までファイナルファンタジー14のベースのバトル計算式っていうものの中に、まあ皆さんねレイドとかやっててもこの攻撃は物理か魔法かみたいなよくあると思うんですけど、まあ当然物理攻撃の計算式と魔法攻撃の計算式っていうのがそれぞれ2つ、
Hopefully tomorrow,
存
Daybreak.
在してます。
はい。
Hopefully tomorrow.
So of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have this sort of calculations of the damage that is being dealt, and there's like a base or like a fundamental formula that is applied, and I'm sure those of you raiders know to discern if an attack is a physical attack or a magical attack, and each of these have their own sort of formula to calculate the damage that is being dealt.
I wonder how people find
これ
that
は
out.
新鮮にレルムリボーンを開発した時に、まあ、作ったものなんですけど、まあ、当時ねどういうふうにさらにこうバトルをアップデートしていくかっていうのがいろんな可能性が取れるようにするためにこの物理攻撃っていうベース基礎計算数字と、まあ、魔法攻撃基礎計算値っていうのを、まあ、それぞれ設定してたんですね。別々に調整できるように、
はい、
で、こっちが魔法攻撃力だとするとこっちが物理攻撃力、魔法の方がより複雑な計算をするかもしれないっていうので、こいつの値はちょっと高かったんですね。物理計算式のベースになってる値より。
And so, with
英語はあなた。
Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV being, oh, sorry.
どうぞお願いします。
When Final Fantasy XIV was being relaunched as A Realm Reborn, we tried to make sure that the programming is it allows for future updates in the battles, and we try to leave the different possibilities open. So the fundamental sort of physical damage calculations were set up so that we have two separate formulas going on. So we have the magic damage, damage attack calculation, and then we got the physical attacks. And when we were initially thinking about these two separate ones so that we can adjust them separately, the team did determine that with the magic attacks, it does tend to be a bit more complicated in the different calculations. So the base, like the fundamental value, is set just a little bit higher than the physical base fundamental numbers.
で、まあレベル80になってもこの差っていうのは縮まらない基礎値だったので、でもう今後バランスをきれいに揃えていくためにこのベースに使ってた物理攻撃計算式の基礎値を魔法と同じ値まで引き上げました。完全に同じ数字になるようにしました。はい。
And so with the characters now leveling up to level 80, this fundamental number did not change as we raised the values. And so with this update, in order for us to make sure these are balanced, sorry, left, right, we kind of pulled up the physical base numbers so that it matches the magical damage attack.
で、じゃあそれをやるとどうなるかっていうと、
Okay, I think I get it.
まあ物理攻撃が全体的に強くなるんですね。その計算の元に使ってる数字が上がるので、掛け算すると当然その数字でかくなると思うので、今まで使ってたそのベースが高くなった分、各アクションの威力ってところに書かれてる数字が総じて下がってます。
あ、なるほどね。
うん。バランスをちょうど揃えるために威力の数字が落ちてます全部。はい。
So what that means is that with the base numbers being equalized, the physical attacks would naturally become stronger by default because, of course, the fundamental number has been raised to match so that both of these are balanced. But that being said, we needed to calculate down so that the potency that is listed out as a number goes down.
なぜこの説明をこんな丁寧にね、吉田猫かわいいなみたいなそんなつもりでやってんじゃないんだよ。なんでこんな丁寧にやってるかというと、この後メディアツアーで各メディアの皆さんからスキルの多分スクリーンショットとか出ると思うんですよ。その時にあれも弱体化されてる、これも弱体化されてる、あの数字も下がった、この数字も下がった、吉田は何近接に何か恨みでもあんのかみたいになるのを避けたいんですよ。なので全体の基礎計算式が上がってるんで、その分掛け算したら高くなりすぎちゃうんで、数字は全部一律下げてるんで、そこはご了承くださいねっていう。はい。
People are saying Yoshida looks like a cat, but that's beside the point. So with the adjustment of the fundamental numbers going up, of course, we have to adjust the potency numbers so that even if it's raised, it stays the same. So the numbers themselves look like they're low. So I wanted to bring this up because now that we're going into the media tour and we're going to have members of the media and influencers kind of play the game and see the potency, and they would take photos or screen captures of the game screen, and people might wonder, oh my gosh, have they nerfed some of these potencies? Oh no, this one has gone down too. What happened to all of these physical melee attacks? What the heck?
No, it makes sense.
But just please understand, the potency is noted as like a lower number, but that's only because our fundamental physical numbers have gone up, and it's to make it even out. So if it's across the board, you might notice that difference.
はいという説明でした。これはまあタンクだけではなく物理攻撃を行う、例えば近接命令 DPS もそうだし、遠隔命令 DPS もそうです。
Yeah, I kind of get what they're doing.
それぞれの項目でもまた軽くは触れますけど、ご承知おきください。
But of course, again, this is not just for the tanks, but anybody who is dealing physical attacks. So that means melee, like close range DPS, as well as ranged physical DPS will be affected by these numbers.
なんか俺をヨシニャンって言うのはやめろ。
Man, you need some fucking wrinkles to understand this. Jesus.
48歳のおじさんにそりゃないだろう。
I'm 48 years old. Please don't call me a cat.
あ、そうか。声だけだとね、機嫌悪いのって。
Yoshinyan.
まあ大丈
Oh
夫で
god.
す。ジョークなんで。はい
And then people
Cringe.
start to comment, oh, Yoshida sounds angry. No, don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm just joking.
はい。じゃあ続けて1ジョブ目ナイトいきましょうか。はい。
Okay, moving on to the Paladin.
はい。じゃあ1行目どうぞ。
Okay.
まあ
Equally effective regardless of MP. Oh god.
まあ調整したりとか、さらに、さっき
Okay.
ね動画でもご覧いただいたと思います。
3 attack combos starting with Confiteor will be added.
3 finishes! まあ主になんで、まあこれ以外にね、もちろん多数の変更点追加あるんですけど、まあ代表的なところだけ。
You probably have lower potency.
So of course, as you know, or I'm sorry, you see on the screen, Requi's Cat will now be equally effective regardless of remaining MP, and then a 3 attack combo starting with Confiteor will be added. You may have seen in the job action trailer earlier, but yeah, there's this really neat sort of combo that happens after you launch Confiteor. So yeah, those are some of the major updates. Of course, there are other multiple different adjustments that were made to the tank, but those are the main ones that we want to pick up here.
Okay.
まあナイトはいわゆる正当進化で、まあ何かがめちゃくちゃ変わるっていうことはない感じです。で、基本ローテーションはただちょっとあまりにも脳死にならないように、少し工夫というか考える余地みたいなのを今回入れてあります。
So with Paladin, it's just a straight evolution, kind of keeping in the trend with Shadowbringers going into Endwalker. So it's not a drastic difference per se, but of course we don't want Gel to be brain dead as you're doing your rotation. So there are some aspects that will require some strategy, require some thinking.
Okay, well that's good.
突進のですね、インタービーンの
Is Zeph streaming now? Ask him.
5メートル伸びて20メートルになってるので、まあその辺の使い勝手の向上もさせてもらってます。
And the gap closer, intervene, has been adjusted as well. There's an additional 5 yawns you can move forward, so it's a total of 20 yawns you'll jump in.
That together with the non-combo break change sounds...
まず一つ目。
Sounds like there's going to be a lot of downtime, dude.
攻撃のローテーションをやるにも一定間隔でブレハをやらなきゃいけなかったんですけど、今回範囲コンボだけでもそもそもバフが付与されるようになってます。付与も維持もできるので、なんか相互単体から範囲から単体みたいなところが割とスムーズになってます。
And then, so with this one, the first point, damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos. So I'm sure as you're playing Warrior, at one point you'd always have to insert Storm's Eye into it in order to kind of sustain. But we have made it so that it can be triggered and extended even if you're doing your AoE combos. So I think it's a smooth, it causes for smoother transitions if you want to do like a single target rotation into like an AoE rotation and back and forth.
先ほど動画でももうすでにお気づきの方がいると思うんですけど、2つ目、オンスロートとアップヒーバルからビーストゲージ消費がなくなってます。
Wait.
And then the second point, and you may have noticed this from the job action trailer, but Onslaught and Upheaval will no longer drain the beast cage.
Even more smooth brain.
さらに、まあ現象の解放の実行後に発動できる新しいアクションが追加されています。
And then there is a new action that will be available upon execution of inner release.
あと大きいのはですね、原初の解放のリキャストが、
The
60秒
true
に
smooth
なって
brain.
ます。まあその分だけ回転数が上がるので、効果回数は3回になってます。で、まあ頻度は、上がるんで、だるさは減るだろうな。
I think Xeno is gonna be mad.
And note with the inner release,
no.
the recast time for that will be adjusted to 60 seconds. So you will have the effects for 3 times. And so I think that will kind of allow for like the frequency to be more often. So it kind of reduces that sort of dragging or lagging feeling.
あとはですね、オンスロート、さっきね、ビーストゲージ消費なくなったって言いましたけど、さらにオンスロートのチャージがタンク唯一の3なので、
Oh
か
god.
つ新アクションがあれ結構遠距離からも撃てるんで、
Oh boy.
実は機動力かなり高いです。
And then we mentioned about how Onslaught will not drain the beast gauge. We are also adjusting that to have a total charge of 3. And then with the new action that stems from it, it does allow for a lot of mobility.
あとは原初のタケリも今回パワーアップさせてあるので ST 性能も上がってます。
And then Gensho no Takeri was I want to say nascent chaos. No, that's not it. ごめんなさい。I'm
いい
sorry.
よ、チェックしてから。
はい、チェックしてください。大丈夫ですよ。アクション名は難しいんですよ。
Jesus, spot
ご
spot.
めんなさい、Gensho の。
ね、日本語と英語全く違いますからね。原初のタケリ。今。
Sorry guys, it is nascent flash. Sorry about that. Nascent flash will allow for it. So if you're off tanking, it will also help you there.
はい。という感じでございます。はい。あゆみさん大丈夫？
Okay.
はい、大丈夫です。
はい。では続いて暗黒騎士いきましょう。
Okay, moving on to the Dark Knight.
まず一つ目、ソルトアースの設置位置がですね、結構こうめんどくさかったグラウンドターゲットで、自分の足元に設置して、
Okay, so it's taking away the macro aspect. Alright, that's nice.
追加してます。
So with Dark Knight, Salted Earth will now affect the area immediately around you and make a new action available. You may remember you had to place your Salted Earth, but now it's going to appear where you are standing, and from there stems a new action.
まあ僕もそうだったんだけど、マクロ作ってやってたりするのが、ね、もはや何なんだっていう感じだったので、もう変えました。
I'm okay with it because macroing it is
Even
clunky.
Yoshida had to like set up a macro so that we can place the Salted Earth.
Yeah.
And so it seemed a little pointless, so we have made adjustment there.
で続いて、まあ、プレイヤーが新しいアクション、習得するので、英雄の英神もその新アクションを使うようになりますよ。
素晴らしい。
And so the second point was your simulacrum will also gain a new action when you acquire one of the new job abilities. So your living shadow is going to learn new actions as well.
まあ暗黒は今綺麗に結構ローテ回せてるんで、極端に
Just dropped on you,
変わるって
Hitman.
ところはないんですけど、ただブラッドデリリアムのリキャストが、こちらも60秒になって、3回までの効果になってます。なのでやっぱりこっちも回転数は上がります。
And so I think with the Dark Knight, the rotations are pretty clean and straightforward. But one of the other changes that are being applied is Delirium. Recast time will be adjusted to 60 seconds, and that would be also affected up to 3 times. So again, I think frequency will go up again.
あとはプランチカットの、射程範囲も20メートルに、拡大します。5メートル伸びる。で、あとは新技でブラックナイトとは別に単体ターゲットの防御バフも追加されてます。
And so with Plunge, again, that is also going to extend its range another 5 yalms, so a total of 20 yalms. And then there will be a new action that's added separately from the Black Knight, would be a single target defense buff.
はい、暗黒騎士はこんなところで、続いてガンブレイカー行きましょう。
Can I cross off Living Dead Unchanged yet?
So moving on to Gunbreaker.
はい、まず一つ目、サベッジクロー、ビケットタロン、いわゆるあれですね、ソイルコンボですね、こちらがですね、ホットバージョンで ビートファングから順次置き換わるようになってるので、これ楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。ちょっと操作量。
Oh, okay.
So the first point says Savage Claw and Wicked Talon will now swap in
Wait.
for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar,
Dude,
reducing the number of inputs. But basically, your cartridge combo that starts off with Gnashing Fang will be like a one-button combo where it will kind of replace the Savage Claw and Wicked Talon will swap in its place to do the combo.
Bro.
なのでまあよくわかんないっていう人にとって詳しく言うと、まあビートファングを使うと2段目のサベッジクローにアクションが自動的に置き換わるので、そのまま同じアクション実行すると、サベッジクローで、3段目のウィケットタロンが発動できるようになると自動的にそれも置き換わるっていうことで、ホットバーがかなり節約できるんじゃないかな。
So just to kind of explain it further, basically you like we mentioned, it's going to be a one-button sort of combo that's triggered when you start off with Gnashing Fang, and then in that same slot you'll have Savage Claw, and then once you've triggered that, you move on to Wicked Talon. So I think it'll definitely save space on your hotbar.
まあその間に挟む追撃アクションはね、これまで通りコンティニュエーションからの
OGCDs, yeah, great. More fucking like.
And then for any sort of actions that are inserted in between, it will continue to be continue to be continued. Will be
Nice.
さあ、次。ファーストストライクの後にコンティニュエーションで、追撃可能になってます。
And then the second point clearly states continuation will be able to be used following burst strike.
そして、動画でも出てましたね、特性によりソイルが3大スタックに、増加しております。
And then, of course, you may have noticed this in the trailer as well. A trait will raise the maximum number of cartridges to 3.
ラフディワイドの選択範囲もこれ他のタンクに合わせて5メートル延長されてます。
And then Rough Divide, of course, has been adjusted to match the other gap closers in the tanks as well.
Oh my god.
でやっぱりこれガンブレーカーソイルの最大スタック数の追加っていうのはかなり大きくて、より結構戦略的になってるかなと。そのボスのタイムラインに合わせて開幕から全部使い切っていくのか、ちょっと抑えめに始めるのかっていうところは結構ポイントかな。
Gonna become an exhibit meme, dude.
And then with the cartridges and the maximum stacks has been raised, I think that definitely adds an element of strategy. So you might want to decide if you want to go in full on and use up your different cartridges during the timeline, earlier in the timeline, or do you want to kind of save it for later, etc.
さて、タンクはおおむね以上でございます。はい。
Okay, so I think that covers all of the tanks.
さあでは続いて、ロール、メレー DPS 近接物理 DPS いきましょうか。
Okay, next up is the melee DPS.
じゃあまずメレー DPS 共通の変更からです。一つ目、牽制の効果内容がちょっと変わります。
So first is something that applies to all melee DPS, but the effect for feint is going to change.
レイドでですね、軽減の打ち合わせなどを盛んにヒーラーさんとタンクさんとしておりますとですね、
Cast is in shambles.
牽制はオートアタックの痛いところに置いときますねみたいな感じにちょっとなっていたので、はい、調整をしました。
So with this feint, and this is probably applicable to a lot of you who go into raids, and Yoshida being a black mage, he would discuss beforehand with the DPS and tanks and healers to kind of talk about, okay, so when are we going to place this? And they're like, oh, feint. Maybe we'll place it where auto attack hurts the most. So we are going to adjust that.
Yeah.
まあでも実際うまい本当メレーの人って実際には超大技の後に来るオートアタックが実はめちゃくちゃ痛くて、タンクも防御を張った後なんで
Triple melee meta incoming. Fuck me.
そこにね牽制結構効くんですよ。効くんですけど、今回、あまりにもなので、牽制の中に魔法ダメージ減少っていう効果も少しつけました。でただ当然効果量魔法ダメージ軽減の効果量はアドル、キャスターが持ってる、軽減の方が大きくはなるんですけど、無駄っていうことはなくなります。はい。はい。
So I mean, to be fair, with some of these bosses, sometimes the auto attack that follows after the sort of tank buster or the large damage hurts a lot, and it's immediately after the tank has already used up their defense buff. So sometimes it does come in really handy to place Feint right after one of those really large attacks. So we will, there will be an additional effect of mitigating magic damage. Of course, that being said, the proper protection that you want to have against magic damage is Addle that some of the casters would have, but just in case, I think that's a handy sort of benefit to it.
続いてですね、これさっきタンクでもお話しましたね、メレー DPS もそうですが、遠隔攻撃をした際に今までコンボ中断されてたんですけど、こちらも中断されないようになりますので、ご確認ください。
And then second point is similar to what we had discussed during the tank rolls, but the combos are not broken by ranged attacks that are inserted in between.
はいはい。そしてもう一個も先ほどご説明しました。武器の物理的
There's gonna be a lot of downtime next expansion. Slightly worrying.
攻撃力が上がった分、威力という数字に関してはその上がった分だけ落としているので、ナーフしてるわけではなくて、計算式が変わったので、今までと違いますよというのをご承知おきください。
And then third point is also, as we mentioned during the tank roll section, but again, with the adjustment of the fundamental damage attack calculation for physical attacks, we did have to adjust the potency so that it appears that the potency number might seem smaller, but it is still the same strength. We have not nerfed it. We just wanted to match it with the sort of upward adjustment of the fundamental calculation value.
はい。ではジョブのお話に入っていこうかなと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか。
Okay, so we are moving on to the different jobs within this role. I think we're good.
まずは、竜騎士からいきましょうか。
First is the Dragoon.
はい、竜騎士もね、かなりなんだろう、綺麗に回ってるので、今回まず範囲攻撃のローテーションっていうのを拡張してます。
So with the Dragoon, I think these also have a fairly clean and straightforward sort of rotation that you can utilize, but we've kind of expanded upon the AoE rotation.
であとはウェポンスキルのコンボローテーションをきれいに成功させていくと実行可能になる新しいアクション。これすげえ派手なやつが多分出てたと思います。
Wait, are they gonna have like 6 button combos now?
And then
oh god.
For the second point, a new action will be available upon successful execution of weapon skill combo rotation. It is quite flashy. You may have noticed something really cool going on in the video. But...
Oh god.
でですね、新技追加されたり、随分時間が経って古くなった技のアクションの上位版が登場して置き換えになったりしてます。なのでボタンがねめっちゃまた増えるわみたいなのはないです。はい。よかった。
No
so with
mention
this
of
one,
positional.
of course, there are just new actions that are being added with the new level cap. And then with some of the existing actions, and of course, throughout the years, we've kind of upgraded some of these existing actions to become like a higher version of certain actions, and we've just kind of swapped them in place of the base skill. So it's not like we're going to be adding like additional like button presses or like additional slots you'd have to fill.
で、青の流血は、
はい
今回特性に移動しましてですね、アクションとして実行したり、維持する必要はなくなりました。
And then Blood of the Dragon will now become a trait, and so there will no longer be a need to execute it as an action or to maintain it.
Oh my
で、
god.
発動条件下、それが発動条件だった技はすべて通常時に使用可能ということで
Less
されております。
wrinkles.
So for any actions that required for the Blood of the Dragon to be activated will be available at all times because Blood of the Dragon will be a trait.
で、あとはですね、スパインダイブが2チャージになっているので、まあちょっとね、移動に使いづらかったと思うんですけど、まあ移動用に1チャージ残しておけるように、あと溢れなければね、ロスすることはないので、1チャージ残しておけるようになってます。
And then Spine Shatter Dive is going to be changed to 2 charges. And some of you might have experienced like, oh, I wish I could have used Spine Shatter to kind of move over. But now you'll have that 1 extra charge that you can probably save. So unless you kind of like waste it. But as long as you have it, you'll be able to use it.
で、ランスチャージがリキャスト60秒。リタニーは120秒となっております。
And then Lance Charge recast will be changed to 60 seconds, and Blood Litany recast will be 120 seconds.
Interesting.
はいはい、大丈夫ですかね。
はい。
じゃあ、ゆきし以上でございます。
That should be it for Dragoon.
さて、続いて文句なんですけど、
はい、
文句がすいません、またでかく調整というか、いろいろ入ってまして、まず、疾風陣雷っていうその遊びがなくなってしまったので、まず陶器というシステムを、まあ、低レベルから使えるように、習得レベルを変更してます。
So next up is Monk, and so we wanted to explain this a bit. And first of all, the gameplay element of stacking Greased Lightning will be done away with. So we are going to allow for chakras to be unlocked at a lower level.
そしてですね、もう一個、新しいシステム必殺技っていうものを、搭載することになりました。
And then we are implementing a new system that we called Masterful Blitz.
Okay.
もう全体的に格闘
This
されてるんですけ
sounds
ど、
OP, dude.
まず新しく3つのチャクラっていうものが、出てきます。
So I mean, it's been adjusted fairly significantly overall, but so just going into a bit, we will have 3 chakras.
で、さらに陰と陽2つの陶器があって、
And then so there will be like a yin and a yang.
その組み合わせによって必殺技の中身が変わります。
And so getting like a balance of those chakras and the 2 different types of it will allow for the different skills to be activated.
ちょっと待ってね。
はい。
Wait a moment.
I mean, it sounds interesting.
で、まあ、チャクラを付与する仕組みって、踏みだりが起動条件になってるんですけど、踏みだりが、2スタック、チャージのアクションになってます。
So with this chakra system, you will need to activate it using perfect balance, but perfect balance is
We
going
don't
to
know
be a
yet.
charge action that can stack up to 2.
しかも、チャージタイム40秒なので回転が速いです。
And each stack is charged up every 40 seconds, so it's quite fast.
で手数で押すっていうコンセプトは変わってないです。ただ必殺技が入って忙しさがめっちゃ上がるんで、聖剣好きと総称打の2つは方向指定が今回なくなりました。
And so, of course, the concept of trying to rush with the different skills that you activate and quickly going through these different skills has not changed. But with the implementation of Masterful Blitz, it does get a lot busier. So we have adjusted True Strike and Twin Snakes to not have like a directional condition.
Wait, what? Are they removing positionals too?
はい、いいですよね。いいです、大丈夫です。で、長年気持ちは良かったんですけど、
Twin Snakes doesn't have a positional
今回
anymore.
なくなっております。
And I know a lot of you had enjoyed using this and it felt great, but we will be taking shoulder tackle away.
ただ、純粋に新しい大技、突進技が追加されるんですけど、殴りません。
But in its place, we will be adding a gap closer or like a rush action per se. It will not be something that you use your fist.
ただ味方ターゲットして移動もできるので。
Wait,
but it is
その味方が離れてくれたやつにまあ魔文みたいなステップみたいなもんですね。なるほど。ステップして即ボスへみたいな使い方ができる感じです。
But with this rush sort of movement, it is going to be simply for moving around, but you can also target your ally or your party member to rush over to them. So say you needed to kind of go towards somebody who had dispersed and went off into the distance, you can rush over to them. So kind of like there's an action that's similar in the Black Mage's kit, but you can go in there to kind of close your distance with your party member.
まあクローマの場合だと魔文を置いておいてボルボルにステップした後魔文に戻るができるんだけど、今回敵もターゲットできるので、敵から味方へ味方から敵へっていうのができるので、そんな感じでまあなので羅刹でこう味方殴ってしまうわけにいかんのでそうですね、はい、殴らない技になって
Even if it's an ally.
So, I mean, with the Black Mage though, you would place the ley lines and then take a step and rush into your party member and then just go back to the ley lines. But with this new monk action, you can target where you're going to be moving to. So it's not just like a going back and forth. You can target your ally to rush over to them and then maybe run towards the enemy. So because of that, and you will be able to target your party members. You don't want to shoulder tackle your allies, but
yeah, you do. That's how I say hello to people. I just fucking barge them out the way.
モンクの必殺技だけ実機でやったぜ。しましょうかという感じ。
That's basically third base, man.
説明じゃちょっとわかんないと思うんで。
We want to show off an example of Masterful Blitz on the gameplay screen because I think just explaining it with words might not be optimal in terms of trying to get the message across.
切り替えてよくなってやってください。はい。
Okay.
Wow.
Yo, let's go, dude.
すべてがなんだこれに見える。Everything looks new.
They still have mana though.
新エリアですからね。
ね。
Ah.
新しい。
Because it's a new area.
New area, new BGM.
まあ当然ですけど。
Mana still on classes that don't use it. Very cool.
なので、はい。もう全体ギューってね数字が縮んだ状態です。
And just a word of note, downscaling has been already implemented in this build, so please don't be surprised if the numbers feel a lot more compact.
45k at level 90. That's like That's about how much they had in UCOB, actually.
So as you can see, that's
Near enough.
the 3 stacks.
まあテクニカルではあるとは思いますけど、はい、30秒でチャージされます。で必殺技だけありますよ。
Quite technical with a 30-second charge. So let me show you the Masterful Blitz.
はい、お願いします。Yes, please.
海なり。
Perfect balance.
ここにこれ溜まってる。
Oh, I see.
Can you see the 3 kind of below that chakra gauge kind of glowing there?
はい。これがチャクラですね。で、ここに必殺技が出てるんで、これ3つ違うチャクラをつけた時に出せる。必殺技。
And so once you have those charged, up to 3 chakras that are opened up, you can unleash your Masterful Blitz.
で、それ今1個使ったことによって、陽の陶器がついておりますね。
So of course, once we have used that stack of 3, we now have an element that's associated with it. Between the yin and the yang, it's yang at this time.
Oh, that's what the lights on both sides are. Right, okay, I see. I see, I see. I need to sit up, man. I'm like getting sleepy.
Oh, we have something there right now. But another example is if we have 3 of the same.
今、イン
がついてますね。はい。
イン
はいいんです。
インの陶器がついてます。
The yin and yang.
Yeah, pretty much, Adam. Yeah.
My glossary, so I'm going.
I'll be fully awake for physical ranged.
この状態でさらにチャクラをつけて、はい、一番
So now you have the other side, and then you stack your 3 chakras again, and then you unleash a pretty flashy move there in your Masterful Blitz.
なるほど。
はい。というわけで忙しいので、まあこの聖剣好きと総称打だけ方向指定がなくなって、まあ他は残ってます。
なるほど。
はい。
But yes, so as you can see, it is quite busy with trying to maintain that gauge. So that's why we adjusted the 2 True Strike and Twin Snakes to not be restricted to a particular direction.
Yeah, because they've already like stat squished, numbers squished, whatever.
So I think we will leave it at that, and we don't want to take away from the media and influencers content. So.
はい。はい。以上となります。敵視リセットして。もうパワポに戻っている。
はい、パワーポイントです。
はい。さあでは続いて侍行きましょうか。
お願いします。
Next up is Samurai.
一つ目、陣風と疾風で付与できるバフを範囲コンボでも付与できるようになったので、これ戦士とも同じです。範囲めっちゃ。
Yeah, that was like 340 gear level kind of HP.
So first one is effects granted by Jinpu and Shifu can now also be applied by AoE combos.
Good.
This is kind of similar to the warrior, but when you're doing your AoEs, it won't be so like not boring, but like it's strenuous and time consuming because the effects are applied to AoE combos as well.
新たな居合術と、つまべ返しに相当するアクション、新たに追加されております。
a new EI jutsu, and an action in the vein of Tsubame Gaeshi will be available.
That's literally fucking third Midari, man. Like, the meme is real. They actually fucking did it. Oh my
リュウキの
god.
コメントがね、結構で、もちろんリュウキもね、ちゃんと範囲、書きましたね。範囲の
Can you
コンテンツ
believe
ちゃんと
it?
拡張されてるんで、
そうです。
リュウさんも大丈夫ですよ。
That's
People
what-
seem to be concerned about the Dragoon, but I did mention, right? I did write it down. We have expanded upon the AoE.
パポ
Cockdari.
に書いてあるんで、ご確認ください。
It's on the PowerPoint. Don't worry. Please check.
で、ですね、侍なんですけど、やっぱ
Bruh.
ピュアメレ DPS として思いっきり正当進化です。
So with the samurai, of course, we wanted to kind of expand upon that pure melee DPS.
新技追加がまあ主なんですけど、ツバメ返し、それから明鏡止水のが2チャージのアクションになってるので、コンテンツに合わせてのね、開幕バーストとか調整の余地っていうのは結構増えたかなと思います。
And of course, with the samurai, because it's just a straightforward sort of evolution from the last expansion, we have just primarily added new actions. But the Tsubame Gaeshi and Meikyo Shisui have become stackable to 2 charges.
Wait,
So,
what? Oh
whenever
my
you go
god.
into a
That's so many
particular content
Midaris.
and you want to go into a fight with that sort of burst of attack, there is a bit of wiggle room if you wanted to like make adjustments there.
で、明鏡止水状態ではですね、コンボの3段目に該当するアクションを打つと、コンボ2段目のバフが得られる。明鏡止水の状態の時だけですけどね。そんな風になってるんで、使い勝手自体も向上してると思います。
And then when you are under the effect of Meikyo Shisui, and then you go into that third phase of your combo rotation, you will be granted the effects of that second combo action. So we're hoping that that will allow for ease of use to be improved.
はい。
はいはい。じゃあ、侍は以上でございます。
はい。
Okay, so that covers the samurai.
では、
Three
続いて
fucking
忍者です
Midaris, man.
Next up is ninja.
こちらまず一つ目ですけど、フートン、ドトン、ライトンにですね、それぞれに、
Wait,
まあ、
what?
それらをベースとするアクションというのを追加しております。
So with this one, actions linked to Raiton, Doton, and Huton will be added.
で、あとはですね、アクションで、フートンを付与できるっていうものが追加されているので、フートン付与維持が楽になるんじゃないかなと
なるほど。
思います。
And then an action making it easier to apply Huton would be added. So whenever you do want to sort of apply or keep Huton, and it should allow for you to do that.
まあ結構すで
Wait,
に
are they taking it away from Armor Crush then, or
まあ
what?
そもそも忍術なんてミスしてられないし、これ以上忙しくならないようにしてあります。
And of course, with the ninja, it is quite busy. And of course, you can't miss any of those ninjutsus that you are doing. So we tried our best not to make it even busier than it is already.
ツイッチに4因は勘弁してくれって書いてあるんですけど、残念、4因はございません。
なるほど。
はい。
People are saying, "Oh, we don't want the fourth sigil," but don't worry, we do not have that.
かつですね、今回映画がなくなっております。ですので、ドットがなくなりました。
And of course, we have done away with Shadow Fang, so the dot will be gone.
Oh, okay.
ドトンやライトンの追加で、まあさっきね、新たな攻撃、まあこれ動画にもありましたね。で、分身の
To be honest, dots on GCDs fucking sucks anyway.
追加されたり
Like lone GCDs. I don't like it
And
personally.
then, of course, as mentioned, there are some new actions that are linked to Doton and Raijin, as you may have seen in the video. And then when you are using the, I'm sorry.
Like dots in combos is fine, but just dots like on their
Whenever
own.
you're using
meh.
Bunshin, there is going to be a specific action that will be added to that as well.
はい。
はい。大体忍者。
はい。
No, they've
I
only
also-
mentioned this for ninja chart. They've not mentioned that for any other class.
はい。そして、近接メロディ PS 最後は、こちらでございます、ね。
出ました。
新ジョブリーパーでございます。
はい。
Last but not least, this is our new melee DPS job, Reaper.
まずですね、お伝えしていきましょう。両手釜、新しい武器、両手釜による攻撃、まあ自分自身の攻撃と、まあ自分に
And Paladin has 2 dots as well.
という、
But they're on the
キャラクター
combo
を連携を
and
して
like an
で
OG
最
CD.
終的にはアバターを自分自身に表示させて、まあ、融合するみたいな。
And an avatar that was more powerful attacks.
So of course with Reaper, they use the scythe, like a double-handed scythe to attack. So you have your own attacks that you are unleashing, and then you have the avatar that will also attack at the same time. So you're attacking in tandem. And then plus you will be able to service the avatar's vessel. And so you allow for it to kind of possess you to unleash even more powerful attacks.
続いての項目どうぞ。で、1個だけ、まあシナジー、パーティー強化するシナジーバフ持ってる。
Just one job that does this.
Dude, this bingo part, this bingo card sucks.
Able to grant enhancements to party. Sorry, this is the only like synergy related action that this job has.
まあそう動画でもね、なんか知人さんかな、からなんかね、まがまがしいものを抜き取ってましたね、なんかね。
You may have noticed in the video, Reaper was trying to take something out of the bard. It looked kind of ominous.
で
I didn't make it,
まあ
Liana.
移動
I stole it.
特徴的だったりもするんですけど、どうぞ。特定の状況で、まあ、結構役立つアクションとか特徴的な動作をするアクションが結構豊富です。今までちょっとまたタイプが違いますね。やっぱ新職だけあって。はい。
And you may have also noticed this in the video, but some of the movements that the Reaper does is quite unique as well. And so it says here, unique and specialized actions give them an edge in specific combat situations.
That's vague
ざっくり
at
です
best.
ね。流れのイメージをちょっと口頭でね、まずご説明しようと思います。
はい。
So just a very rough and sort of general explanation of the flow here.
まずこの画面にある2つのゲージなんですけど、1つがソウルゲージ。
はい。
So if you take a look at the job HUD there, you see two different sort of gauges, but one of them, the top one, is the soul gauge.
Well, we don't know
で
that,
まあソウ
Rayro.
ルゲ
That's
ー
the
ジを
thing.
貯めて、アバターと一緒に
Likely though, yeah.
攻撃ウェポンスキルを使う。その、ソウルゲージを消費してね。
And then, so you would charge up the soul gauge in order to unleash different attacks. And this also applies to some of the attacks that you unleash together with your avatar. And that would sort of deplete some of the charge that is built up in the soul gauge.
で、そのアバターと一緒に戦うとシュラウドゲージっていうのが今度は溜まるので、それが一定以上溜まるとアバターと融合できるようになるので、最終的にはアバターと融合してさらに特別なコンボをぶっ放していくみたいなのが
Sounds
基本に
interesting.
なります。
And then once you unleash the weapon skills using your own attacks plus the avatar, then a second gauge starts to fill up. That is the shroud gauge. And with this accumulating charge, then it will eventually allow for you to kind of let the avatar kind of merge with you you would become the avatar's vessel, and then you are able to unleash even stronger special combos. So that's kind of like the basic flow.
どちらかというと、ピュア DPS に近いです。結果。そうなりました。
So, because of that, I think we lean towards that sort of pure melee DPS. It kind of resulted in that way.
侍の方がピュアではありますけど、侍と同等のピュアメレー DPS とは言わないですけど、ピュア寄りです。
なるほど。
はい。
Of course, our samurai is definitely a pure melee DPS. So it's not quite as extreme as the samurai, but I think it does skew towards that sort of melee, pure melee.
じゃあこちらも見ないとわかんないよっていう YouTube でチラッチラッ。
まあ、わからないですね。
吉田見ない。
Alright, I'll give it to them. They're saying it themselves, man. I'll give it to them.
And I think I see a lot of comments in YouTube, I think.
Oh yeah, I lagged.
That,
Sorry,
but
chat. My
we won't
bad.
understand unless you show it to us.
Oh, I'm
please.
still lagging. Jesus.
Show us just a little bit. So allow us to
Oh my
show
God.
it on the gameplay screen.
さあどうぞ。
こちらが。あ、鎌持ってる。Yeah. She has size.
これどっかのプロデューサー兼ディレクターがステージで来て社長と一緒に並んで写ってる写真でなんだこの会社って言われます。
Oh, this reminds me of a certain outfit that a certain producer director of a game had worn at a certain event and stood next to our CEO and made people wonder, what kind of game is this?
ざっとゆっくりちょっと動かしますね。
ほい。
So just a rough overview and kind of take you step by step.
お願いします。Yes, please.
準備をします。
Sorry, one moment. We're gonna prep.
でこれ1個ね、アビリティじゃね、シナジのやつにかけました。でなん
So
か
we have applied the synergistic
デバフを
ability
入れました。
and applied a
What the
debuff.
fuck?
で、
Oh my god.
うん。
Backside.
おいしょ。
I'm sorry, side attack and then
Yes.
back attack. Oops. I think we ran out of charge, sorry.
でこう殴っていくと、まずさっきのソウルゲージが溜まりますね。
So as you can see, when you continue to hit the enemy, the soul gauge kind of fills up.
でアバターを
It's a lot of lit up buttons, man. Like all the time.
でこんな形で
Holy shit.
難しいな通訳挟むタイミング
I want
Sorry,
though.
it's kind of hard to jump in with the translations, but
でこれでシュラウドゲージが50にアバターを使えば使うほどシュラウドゲージが溜まると思ってくださいね、
but again, just a reminder, once you attack using your avatar, the shroud gauge starts to fill up.
Yeah.
で、こうですね変身します
And transform.
こんな感じ
In a release.
わ
Oh,
これちゃんとね皆さんのキャラがこのモードに一人一人なりますんで
but yeah, each of your characters will take on its own form, or not its own form, but I'm sorry, it's going to take form, and it'll still be your character.
完全にダークサイドになりました。
落ちてます
Yeah, now, yeah, he completely fall into the dark side.
Yes, totally.
これはいい中にって書いてあってちょっと嬉しいですね
英語にしづらい。
This is very, very emo.
でちょっと移動アクションなんですけど、
はい
変わってまして、このポジションから向いている進行方向に対して前に移動するアクションと、
はい
後ろに移動するアクションがあります。
So as for a gap closer, there's a move where it'll allow for you to move towards like forward, and then there's a way to move kind of backwards.
はい。
でその位置にですね、ゲートを開けておくことができる一定時間勝手に残るんですけど、これでここにゲート
You can kind of set those yourself, Maiko.
So basically, you'll be opening a gate of sort, like a rift that you can go through, and it stays open for a certain amount of time.
で、ゲートが閉じる前であれば、戻ることができる。
なるほど。
Can you not? Oh.
So if you are able
Who knows
to
then?
move before the gate closes up, you can go back to
I thought you
whatever
could, yeah.
position you started off from.
Oh. So like the warlock from WoW almost.
まあ僕、
This
今
gates.
調整メインで別にリーパー使ってるわけじゃないんですけど、調整でリーパー使ってる子はアンチにあらかじめ一旦ゲートを置いておいて、
はい。
ギリギリまで殴って戻るみたいなことやってました。
なるほど。
はい
Of course, right now we're just making adjustments to it, so it's not like this is a main job or anything. But a way to go about using this gate is to kind of leave it where it's in front of like an enemy of sorts, and then you close the gap towards them, hit them, and then go back.
じゃあどうしようかな。
It seems interesting. It's just like
リミットブレイクスだけど違う。
Servatics will be your enemy here. Dude, he's clicking so much shit.
ちょっとここか
Stop.
ら早いですよ。融合した後。
Really quickly after letting the avatar
Wow.
take over.
すごい。Yeah, it's very fast.
融合すると
Yeah, I-
ちょっと
I-
プレイ
I
速度
doubt it.
変わるので、
うん。
結構テクニカルですね。で今までのようになんだろう、単体技でゲージを貯めてってよりは、このソウルスライスとか割とチャージアクション使って一気に50貯めて長めにこうソウルゲージを貯めてようやく呼び出してみたいな感じじゃなくて、どんどん切り替えていくことになるんで、プレイ感今までとかなり違います。
But with the tempo of these different actions that you have to do, it is quite fast. So it does require a lot of like technical aspect of it, and it's not necessarily like a single target all the time. Sometimes it's like a soul slice, and adding some different abilities in there. It's not like an endurance thing. Like you don't like build and build and build and build and unleash at one time, but it's quite fast. So I think the play style is quite different from what we had previous with it compared to any of the existing jobs.
でもなんだろう、一通り当然全部触ってますけど、テンポはすごい気持ちよくてね、楽しかったっす。
That being said, looking at the different jobs, this one included, the tempo does feel really good. So I think it is quite interesting.
これはね、結構やり込んでいただく。
This is more complicated than Machinist.
And so I think the more you get your hands on it and try it out, I think it's something that you can kind of master and try to make the most out of it, because it is quite fun.
LA made very unlikely. This does look cool though, like of course I'll level it
ならないようにしていかなきゃいけないんでね。
on stream.
だからまあもう、まあ人気がきっと出るだろうなと思って、もうちょっと優しめにしたかったん
My
ですけ
stream
ど、
hours in 6.0 are gonna be
なん
disgusting.
だろう、いい感じの難しさになったかなとは思うので、まあ練習したらしただけ、面白いかなとは
Full
思う
on caveman.
But of course, you have to be mindful of like resource management and making sure that your gauges are up and you're going through this properly, managing it properly. And of course, with this being a new job, very flashy moves, we expect it to be very popular. And so we were torn about making it a little bit less challenging, so to speak. But I don't know, I think it's a good kind of difficult. And again, it's something that would be fun to kind of master. And the more you delve deeper into it, the more I feel like you can get out of it.
まあベースのコンボには方向指定がないんですけど、
はい、
アバターとやる技みたいな時は方向指定が存在するもの
Well,
も
we
あります。
don't
だか
know
らそ
that,
こはどっ
but
ちか
I
というと
guess, yeah.
はい。
Of course, the base combo doesn't require any sort of directionals, but once you start involving your avatar, there will be. So be careful of that. But I think it's just, it adds flavor to the different abilities that you're unleashing.
簡単じゃんって今度コメントがあるんだけど、さっき言ったように早く高速移動しながらなんだろう、高速で回さなきゃいけない中で出てくるんで、しかもさっき使ったのどっちだっけとか出てくるんで、そんなに簡単ではなかったですよ。はい。
And then we also have those people saying, oh, but it's an easy job in the comments, which is not true. You are going to be moving around the battlefield pretty quickly, and you're also trying to get through your rotations very quickly. So, and you also have to remember, okay, so I've used this skill, so where does it connect to next? So it's not easy per se.
Well, it lights up and shows you, right?
YouTube でね、LB3 を見せてくれるコメントが始まってる。Twitch もそうなんですけど、
Yeah, I'm
残
tired
念ながら
too.
ですね、僕今日今使ってるこのメディアツアーのワールドはですね、デバッグコマンドの LB3 フリーが使えないんですよ、残念ながら。
I also see comments saying that, oh, we want to see Limit Break 3, but I'm afraid this is in this world that we created for the media tour, we don't have the debug command to unleash the LB3, or we don't have the debug command LB3 free, so sorry, I'm not able to show it to you.
ただですね、もうすでに公開しているベンチマークトレーラーの最後に、
I don't think they're gonna address that because like they're halfway through now and they've still got 3 rolls to get
said,
through.
You may have seen the benchmark trailer, but when you see Xenos at the end and he does this really flashy move, that is the Reaper's LB3.
なのであれをご覧いただくと LB3、リーパーの LB3 がこういうやつかっていうのがわかります。はい。
So I think that would be a good reference if you want to see what the Reaper's
Next
LB3
job,
looks like.
man. Next job.
はい。ではちょっとこれまで終わりにしようと思うんですけど、まあ2時間になるんで、
そうなんです。
3休憩と。
はい。なのでここらで一旦ちょっと手短に10分ぐらい、10分休憩ぐらいを一回挟みたいなと。で休憩開けたら残りの遠隔シリーズの DPS とヒーラーに行こう。
全然
I'll be here, Chad. Don't worry. I'll make it.
数字で言いますと、当初思ってたら今40分ぐらい押してます。かかるもんですね。
Please do Phys-ranged next. I want to get excited.
We've clocked in about 2 hours now, and we haven't gotten through all the. Well, we've gotten through the melee DPS, but I think we would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back into the remaining DPS. Yeah, we're on about a 40-minute delay at this point, so I think we want to take a quick break.
ですので、ここから10分間休憩取りたいと思います。予定外のマジ休憩なので、お供は特にございません。本当の休憩でございます。So now we want to have a 10 minutes break.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pass out my chair for 10 minutes. Chat, wake me up, yeah.
This break. So 10分後にお会いしましょう。Let's see you again in 10 minutes.
Alright. Alright, chat. I'm gonna dare grab a coffee. Like, I don't, it's probably a fucking terrible idea. Like, I'm just gonna say now, like, I do want to stream tomorrow as well. Tomorrow as in, you know, today. Later today. No, stop. No. No, not at 5 AM. Oh my fucking god. Like, I do want to stream tomorrow. Like, clearly it might be kind of late, but I do want to get a stream in. Just so we can watch the job action trailer again, talk about all this shit, because, like, I want to talk about all this with you guys. I just don't want to, like, talk over the translator and stuff, because, you know, that's what everyone wants to hear. So, I'm not talking extensively about anything now, but I will be, like, having a stream where we go in depth about all this shit. With all the information we're given anyway. So that's kind of my plan. But yeah. Obviously, can't really do that today, because... Or, like, this stream. It seems to me, like, so far, like, there's a lot of, like, finisher shit going on. Which I didn't really want them to do, but, like, clearly... It's not all that. Just initially, that's what it kind of looked like. I really didn't want just, like, bolt-on abilities to rotations for every class. But they haven't done that, much. Like, Monks looks very different now. Although it did kind of seem like... Yeah, it is... Things did seem combo heavy. Can Paladin not tank? We don't know. Possibly. We don't know. But yeah, anyway, chat, I'm gonna BRB like literally 2 fucking minutes. I'm just gonna quickly like grab another coffee and stuff. So, alright, good night, Maiko. Sleep well. If you're going to bed now, good night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. And, sleep well. But, yeah, I'm staying. I ain't going anywhere. I just need to go and like wake myself up. So, back in 2 minutes. Alright, I am back. Hello. Fuck me. Oh, my eyes are heavy, man. Ugh. Alright. I'm gonna do something in game real fast. To where's the thing to limit FPS when you're tabbed out? I can't remember where that setting is. I feel my heartbeat in my eyes. Nice. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry about the drop frames earlier as well. I don't know what happened. I think my internet just fucking died for a second. Oh. Now I'm scared about how long this is actually going on for. They said about 4 hours, but holy shit. And they've still got 3 roles to cover. And then whatever the last bits were. Healers, not melees. If they're going in order, I think it'll be Phys-ranged next. Of like how the classes appear. Not sure though. Wait, what is this music? I had to sleep after this, only had 2 hours. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, as I said, I'm gonna endeavor to stream tomorrow, but it might not be until late. We'll see. Oh, is it Buzz? Yeah? Oh, okay. Alright, good night, Pun Pun. Sleep well, man. We're gonna go over all this again, so... I'm a bit too tired to like get my thoughts together on it all so far, but... I'm already kinda mad about Machinist being just like basically unchanged. It is right now.
はい、戻ってまいりました。
はい戻りました
第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデュースされたライブ、ジョブのご説明を続けております。Welcome back to the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number 66. We are now explaining the job changes. はい。
さあ、
続いてまいりましょうか。
行きましょうか。
You sound so done.
続いては、あ、ごめんね。
Yo,
遠
let's
隔
go,
物理
dude!
です。
This is my
So,
jam.
physical ranged DPS.
Am I playing Machinist next expansion?
そうですね。はい。じゃあまず共通点からなんですけど、まあ遠隔物理の共通点としてはさっきお話しした基本武器の 性能を上げてるんでというお話
Yeah, we know this.
になっております。
And so for the physical range DPS, and this goes across all of the jobs within this role, the parity between the physical and magical damage attributes of weapons will be at the same. And then, yeah, it's just similarly to what we had explained about how we're bolstering the physical damage calculation numbers.
まあそれぞれがオーソドックスに進化している感じなので、
Very unlikely.
まあこの後説明していきます。
And each job is just, they have been updated accordingly in a fairly orthodox manner. So we'll just jump into each individual ones.
で、共通しているポイントとしてもう一個あって、
Nice.
ダメ
Yeah, we'll
ージ
talk about it.
系の、バフです
On
ね。
another stream.
パーティーバフは3ジョブともリキャストが90秒になってます。
But there's one additional point that applies across the physical range DPS jobs is that any sort of buffs that mitigate damage, the recast timer has been adjusted to 90 seconds.
Oh,
さあ
okay.
では銀融詩人からいきましょう。
More tactician pog.
So jumping right into Bard.
はい、どう
What's
ぞ。
up, Psy guy?
まず既存3種類の戦火アクションから派生する、まあ、パーティーバフアクションを追加しております。
Okay, more support.
Says each of the 3 songs will make available a new action that applies a party-wide enhancement.
まあ、歌によるね支援を結構リクエストされる機会が多かったので、
はい、
既存3つの戦火アクションから派生して効果内容がねこうさらに上昇していくみたいなパーティーバフを追加してます。
So of course, there has been a lot of feedback and requests for more like abilities that would allow for like support using songs. And so we wanted to take the existing 3 songs that the Bard has in its kit and kind of add a sort of party buff and something that would enhance its effect.
で、まあ FFXIV から発生する新アクションが追加されてたりしま
Oh
す。
god.
And then a new
Oh,
action will
no.
be available upon execution of Apex Arrow.
旅心のメヌエットとかバトルボイス
More
が
finishes.
120秒合わせになるなど、細かく調整が行われてます。
And then other adjustments include Wanderer's Minuet and Battle Voice recast timers have been adjusted to match 120 seconds, and other various adjustments have been made.
あ、ちょっと待ってね。
Okay. Sounds like Bard is changing a bit.
Sorry, one moment.
はい、大丈夫です。まあ、詩人はそんなところですね。はい。で、続いてコメントでも変えるとこあんまねえだろうって言われてる貴公子なんですが、はい、貴公子に行きたいと思います。
And then next up is I'm seeing comments that, well, machinist, there's really not much you can change with the machinist, but we'll talk about the machinist anyway.
Yeah, I said this. I said it's a very complete job already,
モチーフ
unfortunately.
にした新アクション、回転のこぎりが追加されてます。
強そう。
So the first one, a new mechanically themed action called Chainsaw will be added.
で、あとはですね、動画にもありましたオートマトンクイーンに新しい攻撃アクションが追加されてます。
And then this was featured in the video as well, but a new action will be added for the Automaton Queen.
Yeah, I remember this.
そうですね、他だと整備が、2
Tile bunker into something else. Great.
And then in other changes, reassemble is now going to be chargeable up to 2 charges.
でこちらはですね、管理が必要なので、溢れないように、適時使っていただく必要が出てきます。
And of course, with this ability being charged, you don't want to waste once it's charged up. So please make sure that you are kind of strategically placing it and allowing to build up as needed.
So either drill after drill or drill and air anchor maybe. Guess we'll see.
And then the rest of the adjustments are primarily just new actions being added. We have not changed the concept of trying to keep the number of abilities that are assigned to your hotbar and still play comfortably.
Oh, they use it on chainsaw? Okay.
So that's it for the machinist.
If it works for them. Oh, machinist is gonna be fucking boring, dude. I can already tell.
Next up is the dancer.
ウェポンスキルで、付与されるリバースカスケード自己化とかのバフがですね、単体と範囲で共有化されるようになります。
Weapon skill effects such as Flourishing Cascade will now be shared across single target and AoE skills.
他にはですね、どうぞ。この辺のテクニカルフィニッシュ、インプロとかですね、攻めの単語からさらに発生するアクションっていうのが今回追加されています。
And then new actions will be available upon the execution of technical finish, improvisation, and devilment.
What this tells me is that people that don't play their jobs properly are just going to be an even bigger hindrance. Because more is being locked behind stuff that they don't use.
Of course, with the dancer, it does allow for different buffs to be applied, or they allow for applying different buffs to your party members. And so we've kind of kept that direction with the update here.
単体とさっきお話したようにね、単体と範囲で面倒だったプロックの、管理を統一してあります。
And then as mentioned earlier, the different talks that are applied sometimes, and it was rather a hassle because you had to differentiate between like single target versus AoE, and some of the talks that had to be managed between those was made or is going to be made simpler.
でですね、快適性をね、今回向上させるために、単体アクションのみ、ダンスのステップアクションにこう切り替わってたんですけど、ダンスモードに入ると、今回範囲攻撃も同様に、ステップアクションに置き換わるようになってるので、ホットバーを切り替えね、範囲と、単体で分けてた人は範囲側でもそれができるようになるので、かなり楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。はい。
And so, because we tried to make things a bit more smoother in terms of like executing your different rotations, previously, whenever you were doing a single target attack and your hotbar switched to the different step actions, and you'd have to switch over because AoE does not have that kind of simplicity. We actually updated it so that you don't have to worry about it with the AoE attacks. It's in a similar system where it'll switch into that sort of dance step action mode where the buttons will be replaced by the necessary next steps. So I think before, if you had sort of had to manage like two separate hotbars for single target versus AoE attacks, I think it makes things a lot more simpler. Yeah.
であとはですね、ダンスを成功させると付与されるエスプリっていうのがあるんですけど、踊り
There's more quality of life here, but it just sounds boring as fuck. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
And then, of course, there's a spirit, which is applied sometimes when a dance is successful, and it's applied. Sometimes it's applied to yourself at random, but we've changed it just for the dancer themselves. It's going to a spirit is going to build. It'll be guaranteed to build.
That's kind of nice, at least. Less RNG.
Okay, so that's it for dancer.
まあ詩人が本人に影響がないってやつはね、まだギリまで調整してるんで、今はちょっと明言を避けさせてほしいです。はい。
People were talking about with the bard, doesn't seem to take any sort of effects on the self. I'm afraid we are still making adjustments still, so I can't confirm nor deny on that point.
Oh, okay. So they are thinking about giving Bard their own buffs, so that's nice, I guess.
僕ら別にそういうので調整してるわけじゃないんで。
And some people are commenting that, oh, maybe we can negotiate by commenting on here. I think it's a little too late for that. That's not what what we base our decisions on. I'm sorry.
違うんですよ。なんかコメントでね、詩人だけなんでって言われるんですけど、
Phys-ranged is such a fucking sorry sight right now. I'm on so much copium right now.
絶対バランスから知ってるんですよね。踊り子もね、本体火力もっと低いわけで、はい、そこはバランスなのでそれをおっしゃください。はい。
And I do see that people are commenting on, oh, why is it just Bard? Why? It's not fair. But I mean, this affects the damage that is being dealt, and we do need to look at it from a balance perspective. We also made adjustments to the dancer too, where some of the damage has been sort of adjusted as well. So please understand.
はい。では次行きますよ。
行きましょう。
はい。
Okay.
Forward,
遠隔魔法 DPS ですね。こちら共通項はですね、シンプルにアドルのお話で、アドルにも、さっき牽制に、魔法ダメージ軽減の効果を少しつけますよと言ったのと今度は逆で、アドルには、
Well, we kind of called it, didn't we?
効果を少しだけ、入れることにしました。
So with magical ranged DPS, of course there is the major change would be to addle, kind of similar to what we've done with Feint, where it adds just a little bit of magic damage mitigation or reduction. With addle, it'll allow for just a little bit, but some reduction of damage in physical.
I mean, I find this kind of boring, to be honest. Like, it's good for Feint, but it's kind of bad for Addle, in my mind.
So going into the individual jobs, first is the Black Mage.
まず一番でかい変更点がですね、エノキアンが特性に変わりました。アストラルファイヤーかアンブラルブリザード中が付与されれば自動的にエノキアンも発動するようになってます。
So I think one of the most major changes is that Enochian will be a trait that is automatically applied while under the effect of astral fire or umbral ice.
ここはちょっと悩まなかったわけではないんですけど、やっぱりこれが分かりにくさをさらに生んでたり、なんだろう、プレイヤーの間のこう火力差を結構生んじゃってたので、ここはそうすることにしました。はい。
And this was actually a very hard decision, or like it did require a lot of thinking, because while it was it was causing a disparity with the player's skill. So we decided that we were going to make the update.
Wait, what? So because people are bad, you're just gonna make it easier for them? Oh my god.
さらに特定の条件がある中でアストラルファイアとアンブラルブリザードを切り替えると発動できる。すごい魔法が。炎と氷が合わさって最強に見えそうな魔法が追加されてます。
That's all I'm hearing.
And under certain conditions, swapping between astral fire and umbral ice will make new actions available. One of which is a fairly cool looking. It looks like a combination of fire and ice kind of a spell.
まあ黒魔同士は
Yeah,
やっぱり
it's
侍
future.
同
It's
様に
futile
ベース
because
としてまあ戦闘進化してます。蘇生も持ってません。
it's an attitude problem, not a game, not
And
like a
with the
class
Black Mage, of
problem.
course, kind of like the samurai, we wanted to kind of evolve it as a pure DPS. Of course, no raise capabilities.
でやっぱりさっきお話ししたようにね、初心者の方にも火力格差がちょっとね広がりやすかったので、エノキアンを特性化してます。
And of course, going back to Enochian, it was quite hard to grasp for certain players, especially those who are unfamiliar with the different the Black Mage actions. And it did cause a disparity between the damage dealt. So we have decided to change Enochian to be a trait.
他にはですね、ファイガプロックとかサンダープロックの継続時間、プロックの継続している時間ですね、を伸ばしてあるので、まあ、ちょっと折り返しでやらなきゃいけないこと今回増えてるので、その分サンダープロックの継続時間を伸ばしたりしてます。結構この辺小手先のテクニックが効くようになってるので、お試しください。
And then the proc that is applied whenever for Fire 3 or I'm sorry, Fire 4? Sorry, Faiga is Fire 4, sorry. And Thunder. And the proc that is applied whenever those are in effect has been extended because it helps with the rotations and there are more things that you need to be doing in your different like skill sets and going back and forth and some of the repeated steps that need to be done has kind of increased. So I think it helps with if these procs are on a bit longer so that there's room to kind of make use of that.
あとはですね、ファイラとブリザラどうなったんだろうっていうコメント見ましたけど、ファイラとブリザラはですね、上位の魔法が登場してですね、範囲焼きのローテーションが変わります。はい。
If guides have been released
And
before
then,
and they're bad, by the
Fire
way.
2 and Blizzard 2 is going to have like a one step higher to that so that your AoE rotation will change.
ついに魚が登場する。
Yes, I remember that specifically, yeah.
Are we going to have a 4 or 5?
そうで日本語名だとね、英語とかはね、4、5とかなんですけど、ね、日本語だとね、どうするんだろう。これ実はですね、FF 委員会で議論をしました、ね。どうしよう。
It was an official one.
So you gotta understand with the Japanese names, and you may be familiar with this, like Fai-a turns into Fai-ra, Fai-da, or Fai-ga, and then we have different tiers and different suffixes that we put in the Japanese language. And once you get to a certain point, you have to start making up some of these suffixes. And we had to bring it up to the Final Fantasy brand committee and make sure that they're kosher with it. And we had to like debate about this.
だって魔法の系統を増やすってだって FF の歴史上結構重要なわけですよ。で、結果、現委員長の北さんが、そこまで行くの14ぐらいだから、もう吉田さんは思い切って作っていいよって言われて、マジか。
And you know, because the franchise is we have a long running history, and having that sort of additional tiers to these magic spells is actually a big deal because it's kind of breaking history. But the current sort of brand executive, Mr. Kitase, was very kind to say, well, the only people who go a higher tier beyond what was already established is 14. So, Mr. Yoshida, I will trust it. I will trust your judgment to come up with a nice suffix.
そう言われた私、日和りまして。
そうでしょ
よりまして、今回ファイラの上位はハイファイ
Yeah,
ラ。
I mean this is how it goes, man. Like licensing and shit is weird.
That made me scared on it just freaked me out at the on the flip side. So I went with high fire and
まあいずれ数字だけなんで、まあどっかで踏んでなきゃいけないですけど、今回じゃなくていいやと思って、はい、ちょっと寄りました。はい。
And I mean, one of these days, yes, we will eventually have to expand further out in our tiers, and we will have to come up with a nice sort of suffix to add on.
Fire 69.
But this time, I think I kind of chickened out.
みんなね、見損なったぞ吉田とかね、そのひよってんなとか結構コメントあるんですよ。いいですか？でも僕がね、仮にですよ、このためにファイ行ってしたとしますよ。そしたら KR 行とかですからね、今後全部。そうね。それは困る。いいんですね、それで。
And I see comments on the Japanese side. Oh, you chickened out, Yoshida. but let me, to be fair, like if we add like say a gyo suffix and like it's by gyo, anything that's like a tier 4 or tier 5 magic is going to be like tier gyo, you know?
そうなんですよ。
Just fire, yo.
私いろいろ考えまして、なるほど。そこに無難に落としておきました。
Ice, yo.
So after much thought, we have decided to settle on that.
あとはまあまあちょっと話を黒魔同士に戻すと、激星魔が2スタックのチャージアクションになって、で30秒でチャージするんで、これも結構腕に差が出てくるかな、使いどころって感じですね。はい。
And I'm sorry, there's another charge action for Black Mage that has been added. Another charge has been added to that stack.
ゴレンマは一応言ってみたんだけど、却下されました。
And then there was comments about, well, what about an additional like a multiple casts? Like a five consecutive casts, and
Quintuple
I
cast.
proposed the idea, but it was rejected.
まあでも黒はタイムラインに合わせていく面白さが一番面白いところだと思ってるので、そこは
Yeah, like they've got to talk about Summoner, yeah, which is gonna take a while, I'm sure.
But with sorry, going back to what Yoshida-san said about Gekisima, that's Sharp Cast. Sorry, Sharp Cast has an additional charge now with the update. But in any case, with Black Mage, it is trying to match your different spells according to the timeline of the battle. So that challenge still remains, and I think it still sort of lives up to that.
Yeah, like they just clearly don't give a fuck about ranged DPS. Like it's so fucking sad.
Okay, next item is the Red Mage.
赤間同士はですね、まず1個目
I feel so neglected right now.
新アクション、この動画で見ていただいてですね。はい。
First one is a new action will be available upon execution of Scorch. I think you've noticed that in the video.
They actually went and did it, dude. They actually went and did it. I can't fucking believe it. 3 Midares, 3 fucking finishes for your Come on, man.
And then the second point is
where's the imagination?
Verholy and Scorch will be changed to AoEs, available as part of AoE rotations.
Then what about Moulinet?
で、あとはですね、ちょっと防御
Wouldn't these be better than Moulinet at that point then?
結構強いなと思って。
A defensive party-wide enhancement.
サポート側によりイメージをシフトしてる感じですね。
And then the third point is a defensive party-wide enhancement will be added, which I think is pretty powerful. So you can also help out in a support sort of way.
その名もバマジック。
バマジック。
バマジック。ほう。のが追加されてます。
今英語名調査中です。
まあもう出てるかな、大丈夫か。バじゃない、バでバ。 バーマジック。ごめんね、発音悪くて。あ。
Magic barrier.
うん。
Is she okay? Like,
Oops. We were expecting something like burr magic or something like that.
ですね、赤魔同士細かくいろいろ調整されてます。新魔法の追加はもちろんなんですけど、大きいのはですね、ウェポンスキルである魔法剣各種、
うん、
ブラックマナ、ホワイトマナの消費量が減ってます、今回。
So with the Red Mage, there are a lot of granular changes that have updates that have been made. Of course, we have added new spells, but we have also adjusted the weapon skills and the different sort of the magic sword, the black mana and the white mana depletion amount has been reduced.
で、マナフィケーションを使ったら、もうそのマナフィケーション1回分で、フルコンボまでいけるようになってるので、開幕のバーストはかなり速くなりました。はい。
And then with manification, you are able to do like one combo with it. So the burst that you can have at the start of a battle definitely is quicker.
ただまあそのままだと魔法剣の回数が上がりすぎて、それはそれでキャスターっぽくなくなっちゃうので、各、魔法を使った時のホワイトマナとブラックマナの増加量っていうのを下げることによって、全体の頻度は変わらないようにしてます。
But that being said, if it's done as is, of course, the spell blade frequency becomes a lot. So we made it so that we adjusted the white mana and the black mana, like the increase of those two different manas.
で、なのでまあ魔法剣の頻度が上がりすぎるっていうことはまあもち
I
ろ
know
んな
I'm
い。
quiet, chat. I just don't really know what to say right now, to be honest.
まあ溢れさせることもない。
Like, it's just hit me, just like how fucking dumpstered physical range got.
So hopefully this doesn't make it so that the spell blade frequency goes like way too much. But still with the manification, we do have the mana kind of filling up, and you should hopefully not waste the mana that is accumulated.
でですね、ステージによってまあ使いづらいというのと、まあ、フィードバックも多数あったので、ようやくかって言われるとは思ってるんですけど、でプラスマンと
I literally cannot believe it, dude. We just fucking dumpstered again for another 2 fucking years.
And then, of course, there was quite a lot of feedback about this and mention about how it's difficult to use at times. So the placement as well as
Bioblaster and flamethrower, fuck off. I saw a flamethrower, my cock was already soft.
The potency of these two will become the same.
他にはエンボルデンのリキャは、120秒で、マナフィケーション110秒っていう感じ。まあそこはエンボルデン変えてないですね。はい。
Then Embolden, recast timer is 120 seconds, and then manification is 110. So Embolden should not have been changed.
いや、コメントでね。
No, what did they just say about Embolden? Sorry, I was reading Twitter.
そんなのあれですよ。アンガジェマンのアクション入れなきゃいいんですよ。
Oh, they're not changing Embolden? Fucking Lamau. Okay.
The people who are complaining about like what displacement and engagement and swapping between and choosing the proper one. Well, if you are particular about the placement, just use the placement then.
Into the wall, motherfucker.
赤魔同士こんな感じでございます。
So that covers the Red Mage.
さあ、そして、ほぼ新ジョブになった召喚師をご紹介します。
はい。
And then next up is, I think it's changed to basically a new job, and that is our summoner.
もうほぼ新ジョブだとすいません思っていただければと思います。
But again, yeah, if you could look at this from a completely new perspective, it's changed quite a lot. So I think you can consider this a new job almost.
まずはというわけでジョブのメカニクスを大幅にリニューアルしております。
Of course. So that being said, significant changes to job mechanics has been made.
さらにですね、ドットが全部なくなりました。
And then all actions applying damage over time will be removed.
新生14以降ですね。これは召喚師ではないドット師だと。
Wait, there's no dots?
ついにドットが全部なくなります。はい。
Wait.
Since A Realm Reborn, a lot of people were saying this is not a summoner, it's just a dot placer. And so we've removed it.
Bro, what?
はい。
そしてですね、エギではない
What is happening?
とガルーダ、タイタンを召喚可能になっております。
はい。
Next is able to summon Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, and not just Eggies.
ただこれですね、
はい、
イフリート・ルビー、タイタン・トパーズ、ガルーダ・エメラルドと言ってですね、万神読んじゃいけないからね、そんな気軽にね、
なるほど。
の場合ね。なんでまあそこにその力を、ね、移して出てきてるみたいなイメージだと思ってください。はい。
So this was their solution to Eggy Glamours.
Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, and Garuda Emerald. So we're not literally calling forth these primals, of course, because it's too dangerous in the world of 14 to be summoning primals. So the concept is we are sort of transferring their energy, so to speak, into these different sort of jewels, so to speak, and sort of calling those forth.
はい。で、その3番神
Like, they were asked for Eggy Glamours over and over, and this is what they came up with. Okay.
されるので、その力で召喚師自体のモードが変わるようなイメージになってます。
なるほど。
By summoning these different sort of summons, the summoner, him or herself, will gain the sort of elemental ether and sort of switch into different modes.
で、ですね、まずやっぱり召喚師っていうイメージに沿うように今回本当に大幅に、変更させていただきました。
はい。
So with this update, we really tried to bring out that sort of feel of a traditional summoner.
で、流れなんですけど、デミバハムートを召喚すると、はい、今まではデミバハムート召喚、フェニックス召喚、なんかこうダウンタイム、なんかもうひたすらルイ打つしかねえみたいな、ルインジャーみたいな状態だったのが、はい、大きく変わります。
So in terms of the rotation or the flow of the summoner, of course, up until now, you would have called forth the Demi Bahamut, and then it goes away, and then you call forth the Phoenix, and then you have some downtime where you're just casting Ruin or Ruin 3, or like just doing that until you've accumulated enough to summon them again.
で、デミバハムートをまず呼ぶと、属性エーテルを3つもらうので、はい、その力を属性エーテルを使ってさっき言ったイフリート、ルビー、タイタントパス、ガルーダ、エメラルドを召喚してその属性の力でまず戦います。
And so with this updated flow, of course, you will call forth the Demi Bahamut, and then you will obtain this elemental property, so to speak, and then you will be able to summon Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, Garuda Emerald, and then you would fight using the elemental properties of those different summons.
で、その後フェニックスを召喚すると、
うん
フェニックスからもまたエーテルを3つもらえるんで、また3種を使ってというのが
なるほどなるほど。
一連の流れになります。
And once you've depleted those three, and then you would call forth the Phoenix, then you would receive again 3 elemental properties, and then you are able to summon these 3. I don't want to call them primals, but they're the summons that you can utilize those 3 elemental properties again.
で、イフリート、タイタン、ガルーダってどの順番で呼んでもいいです。で、それぞれ召喚師に付与される特徴が違うので、ボスのタイムラインに合わせて先にこれはタイタンから行こうとか、今回はイフリートにしようとかっていうのを考える余地としての入ってます。
なるほど。
And of course, we have these 3, Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, but there's no specific order that you need to call them forth. So depending on the battle timeline, you can choose, let's say you want to do Titan first, you can do that. You can quickly, or you can be flexible between those 3.
で、置き換えアクションを駆使した結果、COI コン数は激減しました。
And then also part of the adjustment was to kind of consolidate some of these actions. And so the icons that are being used in your hotbar will be quite significantly condensed because these will switch out depending on the different actions that you're taking.
で、めちゃくちゃ悩んだ末に、
はい
リザレクアドを押しました。
I'm not even sure they know it's broken.
And then so after a lot of debate and a lot of discussion, we did decide that we will keep Resurrection.
押しましたよ。
はい。
なんかめっちゃ変わったんで、めっちゃ変わったのになくなんのかよって言われると申し訳ないなと思ったんで、今回は首の皮一枚で残りました。はい。
And with this significant change to Summoner, and people are being, I don't know if people would be shocked with the changes, but like on top of that, having Resurrection being removed, people might really get upset. So it lived by the skin of its teeth. Resurrection is still there.
フィジクさんも残っちゃいました。
Physic too. It's kind of stayed behind too.
はい。さあじゃあもうわからんというお声が多いので実況いこうかなと思います。
And I'm sure people are wondering, well, I don't understand with all these words. So let's look at it on the gameplay screen.
よろしいですか。
どうぞ。
はい、お願いします。
I'm tempted to go downstairs and pour some fucking spirit into this coffee.
感じですね。
はい。召喚師です。
Yo, nice book, dude. Yo, they've still got the fucking dick hats on. Good.
ここでまず先にちょっとエギミラプリの話をしておいてもいいですか。
はい。
And before we dive into actual gameplay, I would like to talk about Eggy glamours, actually.
Lamau.
ですね、今回、呼べる、召喚獣が増えるということで、すべての召喚獣に
Wait,
対して、
look at all those buttons they don't have anymore. What the fuck?
And so with
Where's all the
number
buttons
of,
gone?
Summons you can call for, we have made some adjustments, one of which is to change its display size.
ただこれあくまで自分から見た時のなので、術者というよりは周りの人がやらなきゃいけないので、それは変わってません。
But that only affects you as the person like calling forth these summons. So yeah, it only affects how you are able to view these.
で、今実はここにカーバンクル出てるんですけど、
はい。
召喚師自身のレベルが上がっていくと、ここがイフリートエギになったりするんですけど、
Physics still
僕
there.
はカーバンクルの方が可愛くて好きなので、これエギミラプリしてあります、カーバンクル。
あ、なるほど。
はい。
So of course, with the right now we see the carbuncle appearing on the screen, but you may be familiar as the player character goes up, this Eggy would turn into like an Ifrit, but then right now I like the look of Carbuncle, so I have glamored it to a Carbuncle.
まあでもそんなもんですかね。まあ呼びますよね。
はい、半分と出ました。
半分と出ましたね。
We have summoned the Demi
で、
Bahamut.
ここに3つ分かります？
Right, so they're locked right now.
鎖に繋がってますけど、
はい、
はい、解放されました。で、こうなるとこの3つの
So then you get the choice
安心が呼べるようになります。
of which
こ
one
れ
you
からでもいいで
press.
す。
And then, of course, with that, you get the elemental properties. I hope you can see it under the gauge. There's like 3 jewels kind of chained up, and now those have been unlocked. And so that shows that you are able to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda.
で、呼び出すとエーテルが付与されてカウントダウンが始まります。で、2スタックのアクションが付与されているので、イフリートの技を使います。
なるほど。
So once you call forth these elemental primals, you do get that sort of ether applied to you, and then you see that there's a 2-stack action, and so you are able to execute Ifrit's actions.
これ今のはイフリートのエーテルをもらったので、
はい、
栄唱時間が長い代わりに強力な炎の魔法が2発使える。で、あと突進と追撃っていう攻撃が、使えるようになります。イフリートのモードとして。はい。
And so we were looking at Ifrit's actions.
Yeah, what is the Carbuncle actually
with the
doing
elemental
now?
properties or ether obtained from Ifrit. While cast time is long, it is a very powerful fire-based spell that you can cast. And then there's also like a rush sort of attack that you can do. And this is the Ifrit actions that is available.
で、ここはやっぱり栄唱が必要なアクションになっているので、
はい、
ギミック処理をしなきゃいけないタイミングでイフリートを呼んでしまうとロスになるので、他のものにしましょうとか、動かなくていい時にイフリートを使うようにしようとか、そのあたりはうまく考えていただければいいかな。
Well, this kind of ties into what we mentioned about timelines, but with Ifrit's action, one of this requires for you to cast, and it's a fairly long cast time. So say you're in some kind of fight where there's a mechanic where you have to move, then you would lose the opportunity to cast the magic. So perhaps you'd want to time it so that you don't need to move around to process some kind of mechanic, or you'd have to be pretty mindful of when you activate these.
で、実際に召喚をした瞬間インスタントで召喚するんですけど、登場した時にリコ技を一回バーンってぶっ放してはくれます。
And then, of course, when you are calling forth these summons, it's an instant, but there is usually like a starter move that it unleashes when it's first summoned.
で、まあタイタンを呼びます。
Okay, so now we're calling forth Titan.
かわいい、ちっちゃくしある。
I set his size to be small, so
で、今タイタン
guys
使
are small.
えるようになったんで、こっちは。
おう。
So let's take a look at what we
挟
can
むん
do.
ですよ。
Smashing from two sides.
で、これは回数じゃなくて時間なので、もうひたすら打ちまくる。で、これはもう全部インスタントなんで移動がすごい楽です。
And with Titan's moves, it's actually interesting because it's within a timed section that you can unleash unlimited numbers of times of his moves, and it's all instant. So you can move around and cast at the same time.
で、ガルーダを呼ぶと、
Next up is Garuda.
設置型のダメージ효果を置きつつ、これはもうインスタントキャストなんで、これも移動かなり、まあ、機動力がだから高いです、相変わらず召喚は。
But with Garuda, hers is more of like a placement damage. And this is also instant. And so you can move around as well. I think Summoner does have like a good bit of mobility.
でフェニックスを召喚するとまた3つ付与されるので、フェニックスが終わったらまた使っていく感じになります。
And then once you've gone through that round, and then you call forth the Phoenix, you will obtain the 3 elemental properties again, and so you can utilize these elemental primals again.
Dude, why play physical range when I can just play fucking summons, man? Why bother? Just take 2 summoners. You don't need fucking physical range. Physical range to garbage. Physical range are in the fucking trash.
目も当てられないことになるので、で、デミバハムート召喚と、フェニックス召喚の間にやっぱちゃんと使い切らないともったいないことになっちゃうでしょ、リキャストタイムが。なのでそこは必ず組み立てが必要になってくるので。なるほど。はい。
With these 3 summons that you can do, of course, you need to utilize these in the battle timeline, or else, of course, you won't be dealing very much damage at all. Like, you can't just lean towards, oh, I like using Titan only, so I'll use Titan only, or you will not be able to deal much damage at all. So whenever you do cast your Demi Bahamut and the Phoenix, and the elemental properties that you attain in between those is something that you don't want to put to waste. Make sure that you are utilizing these and sort of building your strategy so that you can utilize those 3 within the recast.
はい。大体そんな感じでございます。かなり試行錯誤して作ったので、いいところにね。落ちたのではないかなとは思っておりますが、当然そのドットがなくなった分はね、通常の栄翔火力へ全部持ってってるんで、まあちょっと機動力高いからなって思ったんですけどね、機動力の高さも
Are casters even fucking casters anymore?
やっぱりもともとね召喚が好きで使ってた
What are you doing?
たくさんいると思うんで、ここまで変えちゃうのはなとか、考えつつ。ね、また結構栄翔増えるとさ、吉田黒の巻き添えにしやがってって言われたくもあんまないしね。
But yeah, with the summoner, there was a lot of trial and error and a lot of debates to get it to where we got it. But I think we were able to get it to a good point. Of course, with the removal of all the dots, we did try to skew back to having the summoner have their damage kind of come from the different casting of the not the spells, but like the different summons that you're bringing forth. So, and we also looked at just how mobile the summoner is, but at the same time, it is the charm of a summoner is the mobility of it. So I think we were. And there were people who were choosing the summoner because of such mobility. So that was another point where
Do you know what else is mobile?
But we didn't want to make
physical
it so
range.
We're casting all the time either. I can already imagine the comments from players saying, "Oh my gosh, you're turning us into the mod page. Like you're kind of dragging us into this, Yoshida." So I wanted to avoid that as well.
さあでは、以上でキャスターでした。
はい、ありがとうございます。
では最後ヒーラーロールのお話いきましょう。
Okay, next up is the healers.
まずヒーラー共通項なんですけど、各ヒーラーに新しい単体バフの付与アクションを追加しております。単体バフですね、これ。
So the first thing
Wait,
is
what?
new actions that apply single target buffs will be added to each healer, and emphasis on single
Wait.
target buffs.
でそれからですね、全体的にヒーラーの攻撃魔法の詠唱時間が短くなっております。
And then overall, we did
Wait.
reduce
No,
the
no.
cast time line for offensive.
そしてですね、全ヒー
White
ラー
Mage is just gonna be this
リミットブレイ
damage
クの
machine
効果範囲がです
now.
ね、50メートルに拡大されました。
And then limit break area
Oh
of
my
effect
God.
will be expanded to 50 yalms. And I
As if Heal LB3 wasn't already broken. Let's break it even more.
ナイス LB 届いてねみたいなやつがなくなるんじゃないかな。
これは悲しい。
We will finally avoid situations where people are like, oh yeah, great LB, but I was not in the area of effect.
で、まあ今回その以前からお伝えしていたようにヒーラーロールに関しては賢者を加えた4ジムでピュアヒーラーに、バリアヒーラーにという、バランスになります。
Everything's getting love. Except
but also
physical.
with the healers welcoming the new Sage job, we will be splitting it up with 2 jobs being a pure healer and then 2 jobs being barrier healers.
基本攻撃魔法の詠唱時間は軒並み 1.5 秒になってます。
And then for the offensive spells, like the primary offensive spells, they're in general going to be a 1.5 second cast time, which is pretty quick.
まあアビリティがねかなり増えてきて、アビリティを使う機会が多いので、まあグローバルクールダウンにどうしても食い込んじゃってすごい気持ち悪いストレスっていうところがあったと思うので、そこを軽減するために詠唱時間を短くしてあります。
With needing to execute abilities, it tended to, like casting tended to sort of eat into the global cooldown time, and I'm sure people were very frustrated or would have been very frustrated with it. So we're hoping that by sort of reducing the cast time for basic attack spells to 1.5 seconds, that would reduce the frustration and stress.
それでは白魔導士からいきましょう。
はい。
Jumping right into White Mage.
白魔導士はですね、もう正当進化オブ正当進化以外の何者でもございません。効果も見た目も特徴的な、リリーを設置するという設置型の回復アクション、これ非常に便利で強力ですが追加されております。
So with the White Mage, this is just a simple update, as simple can be. Let's see, it reads a functionally and visually distinct restorative field action will be added.
ピュアヒーラーに該当します。
はい。
And of course, White Mage will fall under that pure healer category.
ポーリーのジョイ、ポーリジャだったかなが入るんで、そいつでもリリーが咲くっていう。
なるほど。
And then a higher tier for the holy spell will be added, and so that will also contribute to the accumulation of lilies.
で、非常に残念なお知らせなんですけど、アクアオーラさんがついに解雇されてしまいました。
あらあら。
And then one unfortunate news with the White Mage is that Fluid Aura has been relieved of its duties.
Oh wow, we finally.
あとはですね、ディバインベリゾンがチャージアクションになってますね。はい。
And then another update would be Divine Benison will become a charge action.
白魔導士に関してはもう本当に今までの操作感のまますんなり扱えるアップデートになってると思います。
But yeah, with the White Mage, it's pretty straightforward. I think the controls will feel as it was, and it'll be a fairly smooth transition with these updates.
はい。はい。では先へ進みます。続いては先生術師です。
Moving on to Astrologian.
先生術師はピュアヒーラーに寄せることになりました。
So with the Astrologian, we are going to skew it more towards a pure healer.
ダイアナルセクトとノクターナルセクトを削除して、基本的な回復アクションの性能をダイアナルセクトの時の効果に、変更してます。
So the diurnal sect and nocturnal sect will be removed, and basic healing actions will be adjusted to have the same effects as they would have while under diurnal sect.
ただこれ、ニュートラルセクトってアクションあるんですけど、そのニュートラルセクトの効果中のみバリアアクションが使えたりっていうことが先生術師の特徴として、あったりします。
But that being said, there is going to be an action called neutral sect, which while you're under its effects, there will be some barrier actions that you can use.
で、あとはディビネーションの効果を変更してます。
And then we've adjusted the effects of divination.
まあディビネーションによる範囲よだめ上昇バフが、カードの引き運にすげえ左右されるっていうのが、ストレスだったので、このあたり条件を
Wait, does this count as cards changing again?
The effects of it was really affected by the luck of the draw, so to speak. So it has been adjusted.
通常で使えるようになるって感じです。はい。
Basically speaking, you can use it in like normal circumstances.
で、その代わり、カードシンボルに依存する効果を持つセルフバフが付与されるようになるって感じです。なるほど。はい。
So while you can use it at any time, what will change is that depending on the seals.
Oh, is this the return of like?
It allows for enhancements to be applied to your.
Is this the return of like the ADPS speed meta?
リドローはですね、チャージアクショ
Fishing
ンじゃな
for
くて
cards?
ドローするたびに1回使えるっていうアビリティになり、あとはマイナーアルカナにも変更が入っています。
And then redraw will no longer be a charge action, but it will be changed into an action where every time you draw, you can use it once. And then there will also be a change to minor arcana.
あとは動画にもありましたけど、回復と攻撃を結構兼ね備えた、範囲魔法が、追加されてます。
And then the other update would be, you may have seen it in the video, but there will be an AoE spell that kind of has a healing capabilities as well as an offensive element to it.
やっぱりちょっと ID 行くときに、白魔のホーリーが強すぎだろうっていうところが結構言われていたので、今回、他のヒーラーにも範囲のID 攻略しやすい、ちょっとそれぞれが特徴違うんですけど、範囲を、持たせてます。
And this is kind of based on some input that we've noticed whenever people go into instanced dungeon. Holy that the white mage can use is quite strong, and so we wanted to allow for other healer jobs to have something similar. Of course, not their characteristics differ from each of the different jobs, but we did want to have some kind of AoE spell.
議論したんですよ、ここは。本当に全員に
More homogenization, yay!
なるほど。
いや、もちろんホーリーからスタンをなくすかとか、いやだけど、でもなんか特徴どんどん削れてくるのも違うと思うんですよね。なんか全員スタンつけるのもなんかもう大雑把すぎるし。なので、それぞれになんとか特徴を持たせて、なるほどね、こういうニュアンスねとか結構苦労したので、それぞれ特徴が違います。はい。
This was really quite a point of debate, actually. Like, do we want to add stun to this, or do we want to remove the stun effect from Holy, but we don't want to like kill individuality either. But if we add stun to all of them, then it just seems to be very sloppy. So we wanted to make sure that each job had its own sort of characteristic or like a a signature like difference between them. So we're hoping that when players get to try it out, they would understand, oh yeah, this is the kind of nuance that you're going for.
はい、じゃあ続いていきましょう。
はい、
続いては学者になります。
はい。
Okay, next up is the scholar.
学者はですね、ここからバリアヒーラーになりますが、学者は改めてバリアヒーラーとして、調整されてます。
Of course, we're moving into the barrier healers now, but with the scholar, we have sort of made adjustments so that they are leaning more towards that sort of barrier type healer.
まあ学者もですね、なんかこう大幅に変えるところがあるかと言われると、まあ多少ねペットの挙動をまた調整したりはしましたけど、まあ学者で今回一番でかいのはどうぞ。戦闘時にも効果あるパーティー移動速度上昇っていう渡されます学者に。これが、ね、実は一番でかい。
With the scholar, there wasn't really much we could have changed like significantly. I mean, we did make adjustments, and part of it was changing or updating the behaviors of the pet. But I think one of the most major changes to scholar would be a unique job action which can enhance the party's movement speed even during combat.
いやいや、当然永続じゃないんだよ。ちょっと待って、永続だともう学者必須になるやん、それ。
the buff is not continuous perpetually. if it's perpetual, then people are going to be like, no, must have scholar all the time.
そんなわけないじゃん。さっき動画でも最後ね。
How's them apples live?
そうなんですけど、あれそこアップするってこと言いたかったんです。
Of all things they could
you may
think
have
of.
noticed in the video, like the scholar was running just a little faster towards the end of that job action, and that's to signify that enhancement has been applied.
まあいわゆるスプリントと同じ速度が一定時間使える。でスプリントとは重複しませんっていう感じですね。
So it's basically like sprint, where your movement speed is faster for a certain amount of time, but it will not overlap with sprint.
で他だとですね、パーティーメンバー一人を対象とした結構ね強力なバフが。
Yeah, all I see is just everything working against Phys-ranged right now.
Another update would be there will be a
Why do we
very
exist?
powerful enhancement that can be targeted to a single party member.
でちなみに今お話ししたその移動速度上昇が付与されるのはどっちかというとサブ効果で範囲軽減のアビリティなんですね。それは学者に。でさらに移動速度が一定時間上がります。
なるほど。
And that new action that we mentioned earlier about quickening the movement speed of your party is actually like a fringe benefit of the action itself. It's actually meant to be like a damage reduction buff that applies to like a range, an area of range.
まあスプリントとは重複しないんでね。
はい。
ここは
But of course, it doesn't overlap with sprint. So.
はい。召喚もすいません。これぐらいしかお伝えすることがございません。
Sorry, that's about all we can share.
Wait, that's
significant
all
for
they
the
can
scholar.
say about Scholar? Fucking Lamau.
残る1ジョブ、こちらに参りましょう。
The last but not least.
はい、賢者でございます。
Have our sage.
はい。でこちら、バリアヒーラーとして、必要な能力は一通り所持しております。
So the sage possesses all the actions essential for a barrier healer.
ちょっと変わってるのがですね、
はい、
敵を攻撃すると同時に指定しているパーティーメンバーを回復するっていう特徴があります。
All actions essential
And
for a
what's really
barrier
unique
healer.
about
What
the
does
sage
that
is
mean?
That, while you are attacking an
Wait,
enemy,
it's
you
literally
can
Disc
specify,
Priest.
or target a party member to heal at the same time.
あとは回復とか回復用のリソースと攻撃用のリソースっていうものが、まあ、今回存在してます。まあジョブハット出ると思いますが。
And then it draws upon unique resources for healing and enhancements, as well as attack magic, as you can see in the job HUD example here.
これがですね、じゃあ、
はい
ちょっとまあ味方一人をまず指定して、メインでヒールする対象を選ぶ、でかつ敵を攻撃するとまあ対象にヒールも走るよっていう特徴がありますまず。
So again, to reiterate, you would designate a party member to sort of heal, and then as you attack your enemy, then whomever you designated will receive healing.
まあカルディアっていうアクションなんですけど、それでパーティーメンバーを一人 MT さんとかをこう指定してこうヒール受け持ちますみたいな状態にするって感じです。はい。
So this is called Cardia. Oh, I'm sorry, Cardia. And then you would typically, I think it would work well if you specify like your main tank, off tank, as your sort of designated person to heal.
特定のアクションを使うと一つのアクションが
I said this would be a good concept. I'm glad they've done this.
魔法だった
This
の
is
が
good.
ドットフ
It
ル
encourages people to DPS
変わった動作をするものもあります。
or just not heal.
And then there's another unique characteristic where sometimes an action that you execute might be like when you're hitting somebody, an enemy, it turns into a dot also, like a damage over time.
で時間経過で付与されるアダーガルっていうリソースを消費してインスタントバリアヒールも豊富にございます。
And then there is a resource that the sage uses, which is the Adder's Gall, that kind of accumulates over time, so that you can execute your instant barrier heals.
あとはイカロスっていう動画でも飛んでた移動アクションがあるんで、
This sounds very cool, yeah.
イメージ。
And then in terms of like a gap closer or like a movement type action, we have Icarus. You may have noticed in the video that the sage is kind of flying. So it's kind of positioned as a technical barrier healer.
これね、ちょっと実機でも説明難しいんだけど、一応出してみる？一応出してみるか。
So explaining this like even on the gameplay screen might be a bit complex, but I guess we should try it. Try to see it on the game screen.
Yes, please.
4。
はい、興味お願いします。
Do we? Well, pets aren't removed, and they're not aesthetic only, as far as we know. In Scholar's case, at least, so. Yo, look at them flying dildos, man. Nice.
Sage.
ここだけ見るとちょっとゲームがわからなくなるね。
Just looking at this image, you can't really distinguish like, wait, what kind of game is this again?
この剣具の収まり方結構こだわりましたんで。
確かに。
We were very particular about how these nulas are sheathed.
Gamer lean.
結構多いっすよ、アクション。
There's quite a lot of actions available.
で、まずこのアルディアっていうアクション、まあ特徴的なんですけど、これを使ってまず誰を主に回復するかっていう、まあパートナーっていう言い方だとちょっと語弊があるのかもしれないですけど、まあ指定を
No, the machinist pose is like being sat on the bench. Because they've been benched forever.
So going back to Cardia, this is quite unique. And so you'll be designating whom you want to heal. It might not be fully accurate to call a partner, but I mean, you're pointing out, you're designating somebody you will be healing.
はい。今自分に貼りました。
So it's now set to me.
ちょっと攻撃をしますね。
We'll try attacking.
こういう人と同時にヒールが走ってます。
すごい SF 感がすごいです。
So as you are attacking, because I designated myself, as I land an attack, the heal kicks in to heal me.
サウンドスタッフ的にどうですか ?SE っていうあらやだ SE っていうコメントが非常に出てますね。
A lot of people commenting on the sound effect, the sound effect, the sound effect. How is it sounding? Does it sound sci-fi enough for you?
I don't want to put those in my ass anymore. They look dangerous.
It was quite surprising when I heard it when I was doing my checks.
そしてですね、このエウクラシアというアクションを使うと、技がね、一気に変わったりします。今単純な、攻撃魔法でしたよね。これがアクション使うとモードが変わって、ドット付与の技に変わったりします。
No, just wouldn't that be the main tank, basically?
Where an attack turns into something that can place a dot. That would be the Eucrasia. So once you cast that,
I mean, that just sounds insanely powerful. Like
that would allow for damage over time.
at any point when only the tank is taking damage, like you just don't have to worry about anything. Yeah, like unless they've changed fight design to be like way more damaging, which would be nice.
なるほど。
So it kind of augments the different actions that the sage can cast.
Yeah, it could just be like an embrace or something, I guess.
You see?
Healers having a gap closer, man. I never thought I'd see the fucking day.
Augmented and changed.
What on earth?
使いこなしてもらえれば面白さは保証するんですけど。
I think it might take a bit to master, but once you do get the hang of it, it is quite fun.
ヒーラーをソロで説明するのは難しいです、ね。
非常に難しいです。
Yeah, it looks tough to explain healers.
私。
I mean, so
はい。
when you are solo.
Very true.
コメントはですね、もうね、全然あれなんですよね。SE とガンダムの話しかしないですよ、みんな。
For some reason.
Comments are filled with, oh, the sound effect, or it's like Gundam.
I think Pharaoh's gonna be very upset about this. I genuinely think he's gonna be really pissed. Like, they've mentioned nothing about like pet AI or anything, so I can only assume it's just not being changed. Which just leaves Scholar in the dust.
結構また新しいメカニクスも特徴的な処分になっているので、ぜひ、遊んでみてください。
はい。
はい。
ありがとうございます。あ、ごめんなさい。
In any case, the Sage is definitely a technical barrier healer, and I think it's worth sort of mastering the skill set that the Sage brings to you. And then of course we have the Reaper joining the melee DPS, both having very unique mechanics and very characteristic, and very unique. So we hope that people will enjoy this and try it out when it comes out.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. そうします第1部、ジョブ関連調整パートはこの辺でということですかね。そうですね。はい。So this concludes the first part of today's Letter Live.
Wait, the first part?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god, dude! It's 6:30 a.m. Please, what are you doing to me?
The first part.
Hello?
あと2部あんで。
あと2部。
So we have 2 more parts after this.
大丈夫、大丈夫ですよ。
はい。
では第2部に行く前に、ここで一旦休憩にしましょう。改めて休憩を挟みたいと思います。で、ここまでいろいろご説明しましたので、ここで改めて、休憩のお供にですね、
Usually 6 to 8 hours,
動画
no.
を改めて流します。なので自動的に、休憩は20分休憩です。
Live letters are usually 2 hours.
今の情報を改め
Or
て
3 hours,
頭の
sorry.
中で整理しながら、改めてジョブアクションとか見ていただければと思います。So before going to the second part, pattern adjustments, we want to take some break. And then for this break, we will replay the job action video again. So with the explanation for each job in mind, please check the job action video. So the length of the break this time will be the 20 minutes. はい、ではよろしいでしょうか。
The break is 20 minutes. My fucking god.
So let's check the video.
どうぞ。
Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna turn it down a bit because I can actually fucking talk now. Yeah, I just don't know, man. Like, maybe I'm overreacting a little bit. But it really just feels like they just threw Phys-ranged in a dumpster. Right, maybe I'm just like tired and like just needlessly pissed off. No, Bard shows the most promise. With Bard being put in line with everything else, it might be better now. Part of Bard's issue is that it just never lined up with anything, apart from like its OG CDs and shit, obviously. Like Bard shows the most promise right now. Machinist is just like, I don't know, lol. Machinist is like, they said it's getting more actions, so like we'll see, but oh god. Like, it feels to me like Machinist is just gonna have no reason to exist. Like, our mitigation is down to 90 seconds, which is nice. But apart from that, we're just a bad DPS. Take another fucking melee instead. Take another caster instead. Yeah, exactly. So is every other. Like, there's currently no reason for us to exist anymore. Right, unless something like Summoner or something is, like, balanced Or Red Mage is balanced differently or something like that. Like, currently, as it stands, Machinist has no reason to fucking exist. We're just a shit DPS. Like, well, it doesn't really make sense to be like that though, Hitman. Like, White Mage is basically being like the pure DPS of healers. Like, it was so fucking strong given its healing kit as well. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I feel for Scholar mains as well. Like, Scholar feels like it suffered a similar fate right now. But right now, I don't know, man. I can't get over how, like, I don't know. Like, I will talk about everything more in depth, like, next stream. But I'm just so. Like, this is just so, like, yeah, we gave you a finisher on your pile bunker. Still gonna be a ping reliant job. First reassemble on the shotgun. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I was gonna tweet and rant some more, but like I can't even be fucking bothered. Yeah, like, flamethrower is still fucking stupid. Bioblaster still exists. Twit longer? No. Not worth that. Yeah, Bard still has its dots. I don't think they'll change it. These fucking memes are so funny. Well, maybe Monk will be like in a good spot now. Can I show? People probably want to watch this, so I'm leaving this on. I mean, this is a bingo card I just stole anyway, like, it's whatever. Chat wanted me to do it, so I'm doing it. Machinist looks like we got a good expansion ahead of us. COVID. Scholar and Machinist are just the fucking weird kids at the back of the class in 6.0, man. I mean, like, obviously we gotta wait for potency info and stuff, but it's pretty fucking likely that I'm not playing Machinist next expansion right now, as it stands. Yeah, quite literally, like, that tank just foresaw everything. Shut up, DPS. Oh, wait. You have, it's a setting, Hitman, you can set it to do that. Well, you should see Phase Temperance Discord right now. It's fucking hilarious. Just everyone taking a dump on Scholar. You want to see Healer Rage? Go and read Phase Temperance. Gonna take Faye out of the name, yeah. Sage Temperance Discord. I can't believe they opted for, like... The thing is, like, fight design may dictate that the speed buff is good, right? Like, let's be honest here. Fight design may make these things more useful. But I'm not sure. Summoner just looks so fucking cool right now, man. Look at this shit. Look how fucking cool it is. It's bright, dude. My mum's gonna come in my room soon and be like, why the fuck are you still awake? Yeah, the thing that worries me about Summoner is just how few buttons it had. Like, what the fuck? The Eggy doesn't do anything, yeah, like, that's also kind of weird. Like, their solution to Eggy Glamours was just let you summon them. Yeah, I mean, like, I really didn't like how you had to weave using the pet abilities. That just felt very weird to me. So, I guess we'll see. Why does it stay there? Because you can go back to it. Return of Paladin Seren. I ain't saying no. I ain't saying no. I want to know what they did to Atonement, though. Yeah, like, I thought originally, like, those extra sword things were, like, using sword oath stacks or something. Yeah, you got 3 minutes, Frosty. But I'll be honest, like, Atonement's kind of pissed me off a bit. So, like, Paladin is looking more appealing to me right now. More MP for clemency. It looks like some, like, attention's been given to, its magic. For sure. Which is weird. The only problem I could see with Ninja was that I think, like, and I have the same issue with Dragoon, is like, I know a lot of people don't agree, but I think, like, having to manage downtime with Hooton and Blood of the Dragon isn't that bad. So why, so they, and they took it away.
はい、戻ってまいりました。ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。So, welcome back. Yeah, we are back. Now we are running.
Live at 7 AM, I'm tired.
Live number 66. Explaining lots of new features for our next expansion Endwalker. はい、ということで、ここから第2部をお送りしていきたいと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか。
最初にですね、前半のちょっとフォローが1個あってですね、はい、召喚師のエギミラプリの話をレベルが上がるとカーバンクルが他のエギになっていくので、姿をカーバンクルに戻したりできますよっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、ごめんなさい、あれ逆で、カーバンクルがもう全基本にいて、これにイフリートエギミラプリをしたりとか、姿を変えられます。すいません、もう召喚は何度もちょっとひっくり返してきてたんで逆に覚えてましたということなので、まあいずれにせよミラプリできますっていう話でした。はい。
Apologies. We wanted to clarify or make a correction on something that we had mentioned in the first half, where we were talking about the summoner and the Eggy. But we mentioned earlier about how once you level up, your Eggy turns into like Ifrit and whatnot. I actually had it backwards. Apologies. It's Carbuncle is the base form, and then you can glamour it to look like Ifrit, etc. So apologies for that.
Wait, what?
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have
では、ここ
Neko.
からは第2部といたしまして、
はい
バトル関連調整をご紹介いただきたいと思います。
今までのはバトル関連調整じゃなかったんかいっていう
So
感じです
from
ね。
now on, now we want to explain battle adjustments. はい。
Weren't jobs also part of battle adjustments? I guess.
Could be.
さあ行きますよ。まずは1個目どうぞ。まずレイドファインダー、霊式コンテンツのレイドファインダーのマッチングに調整が入ります。こちらです。今回ヒーラーがピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーに分かれるということで、マッチングのアルゴリズムもピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーで、マッチングされるようになります。
So first up
Wait,
is
what?
the
Oh.
raid finder. We are going to be making adjustments for the matching system or the algorithm to
This is like
accommodate
JP only,
for,
basically,
sorting out the barrier healers
because this
and the,
barely
field
applies to
healers.
NA and EU.
そしてですね、他はやってないですね。他はどっちになってもクリアできるぐらいの難易度なので、はい。で、ごめん、いいよ、どうぞ。はい。
The rest, there hasn't been very much of a change. There's really not much of a need to like sort the different the other ones.
What?
で、まあなんかちょっと
Wait, is it a download link? Oh, sorry.
前にもこれ実
My
は
bad.
話してるんですけど、レイドファインダーやっぱりこれ以上
I don't wanna
細かく
open it
条件
here.
を割るとマッチングが伸びすぎてダメなんですよ。なので、まあ
Sorry.
これ以上細かくであればパーティー募集を使ってください。ぜひ。はい。
I do see some comments.
I don't wanna
mentioning
open it
about
here.
How they are wondering about, well, what about other sort of sorting and like categorization? But if we add more conditions to the different raid finder, like party composition algorithm, so to speak, it's going to lengthen the time it would take for a party to be matched up. So if you want to be very granular about who joins the party, it might be best to go to the party finder.
Only in Duty Finder Evil.
募集の続いてアップデートのお話でございます。
Next up is updates made to the party finder.
まずパーティー募集に出すときにヒーラー枠をピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーでもちろん分割できるようになってお
They're
ります。
really putting a lot of emphasis on this, aren't
So of
they?
course,
It's kind of
with
weird,
the
man.
Party finder too, the healer category will be split between pure and barrier healer.
でさらにですね、よくこう
That's
なん
so
かいろいろ
weird.
揉める原因にもなってたところなんですけど、参加条件にですね、今回コンプリート済みでかつ修正源
Okay,
を今週まだ
interesting.
受け取ってないよっていうのを追加しました。
はい。
And the second point kind of ties into some of the discourse, so to speak, or like arguments that may happen, which is in order to mitigate it, and that is a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards.
That's
will
nice.
be added to the participation conditions.
Good
なの
change,
で
good change.
もう今週断勝でいいですと。助けてくださいと。今週クリア済みの方でもいいので参加くださいっていう時は、この参加条件これ入れなければ、そういうマッチングになる、募集になるって感じですね。はい。
So if you
No
if
evil.
people are okay with just receiving the tokens, then and they don't mind not having the weekly completion reward, then you would not need to like specify to this option.
それからですね、続いて、ジョブ重複制限で、検索には引っかかっちゃってたんですよね、これ。僕もよくヨシピー散歩で参加するときに
Okay,
自分でやったん
interesting.
ですけど、これも検索からも出なくなります。このチェックボックス入ってると。
So search results will no longer include parties you cannot join due to the 1 player
6%.
per job requirement. This was actually something that Yoshida also got stuck on sometimes in some of his stroll broadcasts with this whole 1 player per job requirement.
以上がパーティー募集のアップデートのお知らせでした。 か、
はい
さらに進めていこうと思います。
はい、お願いします。
So moving forward.
コンテンツ報酬のちょっと調整を行っております。それがこちらです。
We made some duty reward adjustments.
武器がドロップすると消滅戦、もともとね武器直ドロップ1個あったと思うんですけど、ジョブが増えたということがありまして、
はい
今回、ジョブのランダムの武器1個ドロップするのは変わらず、それ以外にもう1個、開ければその開けたジョブの武器に変わるという武器チェストを追加することにしました。
So trials
Fair.
with weapon drops will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward. What this means is, of course, with the dungeon loot, of course, when a weapon drops, it's randomized. And with so many jobs being added to the roster, of course, we will keep that original sort of direct drop, as we called it, of a weapon, but we will also add a coffer that will allow for whatever weapon of the person who opens the coffer will get as like an additional.
で、この
They
調整を
said they were
ですね
gonna
次の
address that, so I'm glad they did.
でどうぞ。3.x までの高難易度レイドの要素にもこれを全部適用していくことに今回細かく、はい、
Wow,
させ
we
てもらいました。
amazing.
And so this will apply the fourth turn of high-end raids released up through 3.x will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward.
なので、
No, they mean 3.x.
必ずチェストと出るので
3.x
運良ければ
onwards.
その場にいる2人が
そうですね
武器ゲットだぜってなる感じですね。
Or from the start to
So,
3.x.
because we have the weapon, the randomized weapon drop, and then the coffer, it should, if you're lucky, 2 people will be able to obtain a weapon of the weapon that they want in a particular high-end raid.
でさらに続いてどうぞ。 4.x までの高難易度レイドでドロップする防具アクセサリーが、全部チェストに直ドロだったんですけど変わります。
Oh, I see.
And the second one says, high-end raids released up through 4.x will now drop gear and accessories in the form of coffers. Originally, these were also like a randomized direct drop, but we're changing these to a coffer.
なので全て同じ仕様に今回統一して過去のコンテンツも改めて報酬のドロップテーブルを変えてですね、チェストを作って、同じルールでね、いけるように、しておきました。
So we tried to even out and try to make it the same across the board, and then sort of revisited the drop table of past content as well, so that we can add that sort of coffer to these different content.
ですね、以上がだいたいコンテンツの報酬関係の調整で、続いていきましょう。はい。
I just really don't care, to be honest.
に、バトル関連でさらにちょっと大きなアップデートがあります。
Conditional
reward updates. Next up is adjustments made to the HUD.
ですね、今回トリガーバフっていう新しい呼び方をしてるんですけど、トリガーバフってなんだよっていうと、今までプロックって呼んでたプロックで付与されてるバフのことです。
Oh, right. Okay.
So we will be able to identify a trigger buff, or English says conditional enhancements. Sorry. Basically, like procs that are applied.
またクローマの例で恐縮なんですけど、ファイガプロックとかサンダガプロックとか、で今まで、現状ではですね、バフとデバフとその他バフって3つに分離できるんですけど、今回そのプロック、トリガーバフも分離可能になるので、自分で管理して目の届きやすいところにそれだけ切り離して持っていくっていうことができるようになります。
Apologies, the example is Black Mage again, but with the Fire 3 proc and the Thunder proc, it's beneficial sometimes to separate it out from the different like buffs that you may have, just so that you have that indicator. So we are now able to sort of split out enhancements and feeblements, and then now we will have the proc or the conditional enhancements, where you can separate it out and then place it where you feel is best to get a view of.
まあトリガーバフだけ
Thank you for the gifted sub, Piffy.
ジ
Appreciate
ョ
it.
ブゲージの近くに置いて視点をそこでもう管理を固めてしまおうとかっていうのもできるし、まあ、個別にいつもの通り表示サイズを大きくしたりっていうのもできるので、ぜひ皆さんまたこだわりの UI に役立てていただければと思います。
Oh, rip scholar.
With being able to separate out just the procs that show up or the conditional enhancements, you can, for example, place it near your job HUD or your job gauge so that you can just look to one section to identify any sort of buffs that have been applied on a proc sort of basis. Or because you can adjust the elements that you have in the separated sort of display, you can also change the display size as well if you want it to be more like prominent on the screen.
はい。まあこれかなりねもう助かる人多いんじゃないかなって気がします。
見逃さないように。
はい。
We're hoping that this would be very beneficial and would help people who do want to keep those like separated or keep track of them separately.
で、続いてなんですけど、グラウンドターゲットの利便性を向上させるアップデートを、入れております。
Next up is improved ground targeting functionality.
ですね、キャラクターコンフィグにこれ、今までの挙動の方が好きだったっていう方もいると思うので、
はい、
キャラクターコンフィグで選べるようにしてあります。まず設定を新たに項目追加してます。
So I'm sure people still prefer the current ways. So we made it so that it is selectable. So we basically added it as a new setting in the character configuration menu.
こちらです。言い方としてはですね、グラウンドターゲットアクションを一回押すとグラウンドターゲットマーカー出るし、はい、そのアクションボタンをもう一回押すとその置いてある場所にもう即記録されるっていう形になるんで、パッドはかなり楽なんじゃないですか。はい。
So the changes are include, let's see, press action button again to place target circle. So basically, say you wanted to activate a ground target related action, you can just press the same button again to confirm that this is where you want to place the ground target. So I think people using the controller might have a smoother time setting their ground target.
I like how they add this after changing how Salted Earth works and shit, like... What? Interesting fucking decision.
このワールドメディアツアー2021には実装されてるのか
Yes, it is.
Implemented on this media tour server.
ちょっと待って。
はい。
Sorry, one moment.
あれなんですよ。今普段吉田さんが開発とチェックしている最新状態のものとはまたちょっと違うバージョンのメディアツアー専用ワールドが今回使ってるところなんですけど、そこに果たしてこのモードがあるのかどうかを今確認しておりますっていう複雑な状態です。Yeah, so this server is special setup dedicated to the media tour 2021. So he's checking if this mode is available on this version. And then 見つけました。
ちょっと待ってね、動作するかだけ確認する。
And then he found something, and then now he is confirming if these are working as desired. So.
What's happening, man?
デバッグコマンドも違うんだった。ちょっと待って。
The debug command.
あ、大丈夫。ちょっと待ってよ。あ、リキャスト。あ、これリキャストリセット使えないんだって。
Oh, no, we can't.
まあ、じゃあ、ちょっと待って、ちょっと待ってよ。はいはい、じゃあ、実機ってもらって大丈夫。
じゃあゲーム画面お願いします。
Okay, looking at the game screen.
キャラクターコンフィグの中、
Dude, I can't understand this.
操作設定で、ターゲットの中にここにグラウンドターゲット設定っていうのがあります。で、ここにグラウンド GT アクションの有効範囲内でのみ操作可能にする。で、これはさっきパワポの2行目にあった、そのアクションの、グラウンドターゲットできる距離より、カーソルがもう奥へ行かないなので最も遠いところっていうのが
This is just the character config menu. You can look at it for yourself.
そこじゃね、もっと手前ってやらなくて済む。で、それだけを、オンにしたりオフにしたりっていうのもできるし、グラウンドターゲット中に、もう一回同じアクションをしたらもうその場で実行するみたいな、これ両方分かれてるんで、
はい、
これまあ両方適用でして、
一旦訳しますか。
あ、どうぞ。失礼しました。
So when you go into the configurations, and it should be under controls, I believe, but there should be a section where you can set your ground target options. So there are two that is going to be available. One is the aforementioned hitting the action button one more time will place the ground target wherever, or will confirm the placement of the ground target. And then the second one was it prevents the cursor from going beyond the ground target range. So sometimes there might be an instance where the cursor is like way in the background and you're like, oh, wait, I don't want a ground target that far back. You can set the configuration so that it stays within the bounds. And so it allows for you to get like the most optimal, like furthest distance through turning this function on.
ごめんね、英語 UI で出してあげたかったんだけど、私が間違うとあれなんでごめんなさいね。ここにあります。はい。
Apologies. The UI is in Japanese. We wanted to make sure that we set the correct settings. So it's in Japanese at this time, but it will be available on this particular part of the character configuration menu.
で、この状態でもうこれ以上いかないです。わかります？
So
Wow,
with
we.
the ground targets kind of bound within that sort of ground targeting range, I hope you can tell, but the furthest it can go is sort of restricted. So it doesn't go too far back, like it doesn't clip into the building or whatever.
Yeah, you can see the mouse cursor can go further, but the ground target itself.
Did we really need like this much of an explanation about it? I feel like it was pretty obvious with the explanation.
で、この状態で
Like,
もう一
talk about padding time, like fucking hell.
So you hit the action button again to confirm.
It's not that hard to understand.
なのでもうこの辺適当にマウス置いといて、こんな感じ。
自動的に一番遠いとこまで行ける。
まあ別にこの辺ターゲットしてても使えるけど、まあ一番遠くまで行きたかったら適当に一番遠いとこしてる。
So of course you can place the mouse cursor where you want to go directly, but then if you just want to go as far as you can, then you can just set the cursor to somewhere like close to off screen so that it automatically kind of stays within that target range, but it doesn't go beyond what is available.
いやね、不用意に忍者出したらコメントで「あれ襲撃がない」って書かれた。
So I tried to use the ninja here, and they've noticed something is missing.
まあなくなってはいない。
Assassinate is not gone.
なくなってはいない。
It's not
Hi.
gone forward.
さあ、じゃあグラウンドターゲットはこんな
はい。
ところですね。はい。
So that covers ground targeting.
Incredible.
じゃあグラウンドターゲットのアップデートは以上で、続いていきますね。
はい
続いてはですね、パーティーメンバーの詠唱中ターゲット表示。まあこれだけを見るとなんだかわかんないと思うんで、もう出しちゃいましょう。
はい。
今、ごめんなさい、あゆみさん、ちょっと待って。パーティーリストの中で、
うん
詠唱バーでどの敵を攻撃してるかとか、どの味方、誰を蘇生してるかっていうのが判別しやすく。
Yeah, but who looks at the little fucking number or letter?
This
On
is
stuff.
display party members' target when casting, and it's kind of weird to explain it with just this header. But if you look at the check mark,
There was so many
it makes
better
it
ways
easier
they
to
could have
discern
done
which
this.
target your allies are attacking or reviving.
まあ、例えばこの表示に出てるパーティーリストだとまあ例えば左のスクリーンだとモンスターのC 番目の、
はい、
ヘイトリストに対応しているのでその人に対して今詠唱攻撃詠唱を唱えてますよっていうのが左のスクリーンですね。
So it'll show you which number or letter the person or the target is. So in the screen cap on the left side, it shows you are casting glare at enemy C. So whatever's on the aggro list, enemy number C, is being targeted.
で、右側ですが今、1番パーティーナンバー1番の、白魔導士がレイズをかけているのはパーティーリストでいう2番目の、
はい
プレイヤーに対してレイズをかけてますよっていうのが、まあ、この意味ですね。レイズ2って書いてあるやつ。はい。
And then the screen grab on the right shows that party member number 1, the white mage, is casting raise to number 2, which you can see is the paladin in that party list.
ちょっと別アライアンスが厳しい。まあ、まずはパーティー。なんかいずれね、考えたいと思います。はい。
Now, this only applies to parties, and I'm afraid it doesn't work on alliances just yet. We'll try to think of something that would make it easier to discern, but for now, it's party members.
これあれだな、ナンバー C ってなんだろうっていうのなんですけど、ヘイトリストに、
はい、敵の名前が
出てると思うんですけど。
I mean, it is nice. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, this is nice. It's good. Just, I wasn't aware that people even fucking looked at those little squares that denoted a target.
And so, just to clarify, the one on the left is when you are attacking an enemy.
I guess it's a product of having like bad party frames or
As you can
something.
see, the letters should correspond to whatever enemy list that you have. Usually it's like a name and then the alphabet that follows. So it's that letter at the end.
で正直迅速魔どうなるんだろう。
I feel like there was a better way to do
どう
this.
にもならないです。ごめんなさい。
Because it's a good thing, like
What about
100%.
Swiftcast? And, well, that's instant. So I'm sorry, there's not enough time to display who you're casting.
それをやろうとすると、誰が誰を今ターゲットしてるのかっていうのを出さなきゃいけなくなるけど、
ね、
ものすごい勢いでみんなターゲット変えるんで、それはねちょっとさすがに無理ですね。はい。
That one, you would have to show like which one is being targeted very quickly. So I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to keep up with that system. So it's not applicable.
まあこれはこれでただね事故りそうなのは、
はい、
あもろもろ今2の人に蘇生してるから、やべ俺かぶったから蘇生キャンセルしよう詠唱キャンセルしようって言ったら俺も俺がキャストしたのを見てあそっちかけてくれるんだったら
Lisa thinking about it? Yeah, like fucking 6 years late.
っていうことはあるかなとは思います。
This is the thing, like this is stuff that should have been there already, long
now
ago.
you'll be able to discern like, oh, this person is casting raise on party member number 2, and say Yoshido is trying to cast raise, and then Foxclon is also trying to cast raise and they realize, oh wait, it's the same person. Oh, maybe I should cancel. And
Like they wonder why
somebody,
people use like
nobody
launcher and shit.
ends up casting the raise, so you might want to be careful on that end.
This is
also.
why, because stuff like this isn't in the game that should be already.
So if you know you're the first one who's casting like a
Yeah, they're
raise
so
or
far
cure
behind on
swords,
quality of life that should
don't be
already
faltered.
exist.
don't falter. Keep your casting.
はい、パーティーメンバーの演習中ターゲット表示は以上でした、
はい
続いてはですね戦闘不能時の、0% になってしまったヒットポイントバー
What?
っていうのを
Why?
表示す
Who
るようにしました
cares? If someone's dead, they're fucking dead.
Next up, health bars will be displayed even when incapacitated. Sorry.
ですねこれ今までヒットポイント
Am I
バーを
missing
常に
something, or
表
is
示
this
ってい
just
う
utterly
状態に
pointless?
してたら、
うん
まあ表示されてたんですけど、
はい
初期設定のヒットポイント減少中の場合でもこの倒れてる人のヒットポイントバーがブランクで見えるようになる。
So of course, with the health bar, you when it's set to I believe the default is to show the health bar, but there is a I'm sorry, it's the other way around. When you set the health bar to show all the time, then regardless how much HP is left, you will always see the health bar. But there, with the default option of only display when HP is below 100%, it doesn't necessarily show when the HP is completely gone. So with this update, whenever somebody's incapacitated, their health bar will show up as like a blank gauge.
これはですねコンテンツ上でですね、
What? Of all the things you could have
いる
added.
のを見逃してしまうことがあってですね、
ありますね。
蘇生されずにみんな行ってしまったおーいってなる。まあこれ気づけないほど同化しちゃう場合はやっぱあるんで、これによってここに命を絶たれたプレイヤーが売りますというのが、分かるようになるので、多分ね気づいてないからレイズできてないっていうのがあったりするんで、これを対応すると見やすくなるんで、ぜひ辻レイズをバンバンしてあげたりしてください。
So this was in order to combat situations where players are incapacitated during a particular content and they just lay there and nobody wants to or nobody notices
I
them
don't know,
being
man. Like, of all things you could add, like,
there are
why
times
this?
where people finish a duty and they're like, okay, we're done, we're gone, and you have a party member still on the ground and wondering, oh, but raise, please, raise.
Am I missing
raise on.
something, or is this just
So,
completely
we
and
try to make
utterly
it easier
arbitrary?
for people to discern their lies. So and so party member who have fought valiantly but is now KO'd, so that people will notice and cast their raise.
はい。で続いてはどっちかというとお知らせなんですけど、
はい
ちょっと 6.0 での現透滅戦なんですけど、一回ちょっと封鎖をさせてください。
What?
So next
What?
is more of an announcement than anything, but we would like to temporarily close off or remove the Unreal trials.
っていうのもですね、まずレベル今、90のバランスをめちゃめちゃ取ってるんですよ。全体バランスを。
はい、
で、そのレベル90の着地どころってギリギリまで調整するので、それからじゃないとやっぱり調整できないんですよね。過去のそのバトルって。なのでちょっと一回そのままとりあえずリバーを開けとけばっていう意見があったんだけどいやただでさえ今長いのにそうなんかいくらなんでもなんでちょっと一回封鎖をさせてください。はい。
The reason why is because with the raise the level cap, we still want to continue making adjustments to the overall balance. of the different jobs, and we would like to adjust it as long as possible up until the last minute. So before we can attempt sort of updating these Unreal trials to match like the upcoming level cap, I think we still need to kind of see where our standard content kind of works out with this new level cap and the overall balance. Some of you may say just leave Leviathan open, but it's been a while. It's been a long while, so I think it's just better to
it has.
close it off temporarily.
で、
Like,
再開の時期としては
I do get it,
6.1
but like,
新しいゲームコンテンツに、変えて再開して
just like, okay.
And so we will resume, or yeah, we plan to resume from patch 6.1 with new
Leviathan
content.
done.
まあ、何なのか
なんでしょうね
ある程度か姉さん同士とかね、いろいろ候補はございますね。はい。
There are many candidates that we would consider a certain alta or maybe some.
Leviathan.
Yeah, many candidates we can think of.
はい。それではさらに続けて、今度は帯防具、いよいよ排出停止が、60迫ってまいりましたので、
はい、
詳細にお伝えしておきま
But
しょう。
yes, this. I
Next
keep
up
forgetting
is
this is
the
happening.
belts and the removal of said.
まず帯防具はすべて排出停止で装備できなくなりま
It's
す。
gone cocks every.
So belts will no longer be equipable or obtainable via duties and item exchanges.
そしてですね、皆さんは基本的に何もしなくて大丈夫です。装備中、もしくはアーマリーチェストに入ってる帯防具、それからリテーナーが装備している帯
I
防具って
wanted
いうの
new
は、全て
info,
我々
dude. Not old
デ
info.
ータベースを直接調整してですね、遺失物管理人に全て預けておきますので、リストから後ほど 6.0 リリース後に、選んで回収できるので、皆さんは特に、やることはどうしてもこれをやっといてくれみたいなのはないです。はい。
But with the discontinuation of belt equipment, there really isn't much that you need
I mean,
to do
belts
in
are
preparation
fucking
for
annoying.
it.
I'm glad they're
Anything
gone.
that was equipped on your character or has been in the armory chest, or if the retainer was holding on to it for you, will all be transferred over. We will be, or the developers will be handling it on the back end via the database, and we would directly update it so that it'll be
6
given
books
to
for a
the Calamity
fucking
Salvage. So if
accessory?
you
Like,
want
why?
to, retrieve them, you can go to
Yeah,
the Calamity
this is a
Salvage
good
drop
change.
from the list and retrieve it there.
ですね、それ以外の帯防具
Like,
は
why was
その
it
まま手元
6
に
books?
残り
Like,
ま
what
す。
the fuck
で、
was that
装
about?
着済みのマテリアとか制作品の名はそのまま残るので、マテリアを外すのは後でも大丈夫です。はい。
And all other belts will remain in your inventory as is, and any sort of materia that were affixed or signatures on crafted belts will remain as is. So you don't necessarily have to rush to remove the materials.
そしてですね、エウレカをやり込んでた皆さんが気にされるスピードベルトなんですけど、代替品となる指輪を実装します。
And for those who have been grinding on the
Speed
Eureka
belt.
content, may be wondering about the speed belt that was obtained through this. That will be replaced with a substitute, a ring.
Well, if
will
your
be,
inventory is full,
serving
we're
as a
getting more
substitute for
ring
the speed
slots.
belt.
We're getting up to 50, I think.
6.0 以降に代替品と交換可能になるので、スピードベルトは捨てずにちゃんと取っておいてくださ
So
い。
you won't be full.
So you can exchange it for this substitute item. I know you worked really hard to obtain the speed belt. So once 6.0 releases, you will be able to exchange it for a ring that is equivalent. So please do not throw away your speed belt.
で、まとめると、帯はこうなります。6.0、ちょっと待って、左から先に出し 出して、一気に出すとわけわかんなくなっちゃうんで、
Nice
まず
meme pivy.
6.0 前でしかできないのが、左側に並んでますマテリア生成。だからこれ年精度100のベルトがあるならマテリア生成はしといた方がいいと思います。で、マーケットの出品とか購入、あとリーブへの納品、あとグランドカンパニー、軍需品調達への納品とか、こんな、あとチェストをなんか霊式結構言ってて、帯のチェストそのまんまだったわみたいなやつは開けないともう使えなくなっちゃうので、これは気をつけてください。
So we're summarizing here. On the left side is available only before patch 6.0 or the expansion. So if we want to extract materia or like create materia out of belt equipment, you can only do that before Endwalker is released. Buying and selling of the belt equipment on the market board, turning it into different leaves, etc. Also for coffers, those who go to different raids and realize that they have like built coffers, you won't be able to use those after the expansion releases, so you might want to take care of that.
ちなみに一番下で
Yo, thank you for 9 months, Yukino. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Welcome back.
他が1個になってるみたいなのもあるんですけど、それは帯だけ出てこないです。で、これはもう開けられないので、
Enjoy your new sub
帯防
badge.
具のみのチェストは、そこは気をつけてください。
And just a disclaimer, with these coffers, there are different types where it's just the belt equipment or a coffer that has a belt and something else. Because belts will be discontinued, coffers that only contain a belt will not even be able to be opened. It's like defunct at that point. But if it's a coffer that contains something else with a belt, only the belt will be discontinued. So you'll still get the whatever it was paired with or included in the coffer, but just not the belt.
どうしましたか？コメントでたまたま。ちょっと待って。パンツ gonna fall down now.
We're seeing comments with the belts being removed, the pants are going to fall down. And that just caught Yoshino's eyes.
ベルトなくなるからな。そうね。
For sure, all the belts holding up your different pants are gonna go away, huh?
そしてですね、6.0 になってからでもできること、帯防具に対してできることがこちら。つけてあったマテリアを 6.0 のになってからでも回収はできます。あとショップに売却することもできます。で、分解してしまうこともできますし、グランドカンパニーの希少品調達への納品は可能です。あと捨てることも可能です。
And now for what you can do even after the launch of Endwalker is if you, for example, had affixed some materia on your belt, then you can retrieve those. You can also go to shop vendors, not the market board, but the shop vendors to sell off these belts. You can also do synthesize, you can also do expert delivery, turn in. Of course, you can throw it away also.
ダメだ。ちょっとパンツボールからのウィーボールって書いてあって。
We're singing.
シャドーブリンガーズかよってなっちゃった。
We fall.
What the fuck is going on, man? Like,
Oh my gosh, so funny.
am I either zoning out or like something really not that funny just
出
happened?
てたやつはもう検索に引っかからないようになるので、皆さんで取り下げをしてってください。
So whatever you had up on the market boards will not be searchable after the expansion has launched. So if you had anything up listed in the different market boards, you might want to take them down.
今 BGM シャドーブリンガーズにしたら
Change the background using the shadow fingers.
さあ、ここまでがベルトに関して帯防具でした。はい。続いてこれもねずっとお伝えしてきたんですけど、今日の
Oh boy, here we go.
すでにそうなってますけど、デノミネーションについてです。
Strap in, chat.
And
どうぞ。
Oh, sorry. We looked at the game screen, and you may have already noticed some of the numbers being sort of compacted, but we want to explain the downscaling again.
まずレベル50からレベル80までの装備パラメータの上昇幅を今回ギュッと、圧縮させていただいてます。
So the difference in gear attributes from level 50 to 80 will be reduced.
さっきクライアントでも見ていただいたように、敵味方自分も敵もヒットポイントの最大量とかダメージの最大値とかっていうのがギュッと1回圧縮されて小さい数字になります。
So as you saw in the game client, the HP for both the enemy as well as yourself, and the damage being dealt has been significantly compacted.
で、これに合わせてですね、調理品、薬品、マテリアの効果量もそれぞれ合わせて、デノミネーション抑えられてますので、ご了承ください。
And then potency of meals, medicine, and materia will also be reduced accordingly.
まあ、大体以前の、ファンフェスとか、新情報発表会でもお伝えしたんですけど、大体5分の1ぐらい、その攻撃とかで言えばになってると思ってください。
Morning, Lucy.
I think we mentioned this during the fan festivals or in the showcase announcement showcase, but the downscaling is we're going to be downscaling it to about 1/5.
で、全て考慮した上でバランスをできるだけ維持するようには調整しております。
But of course, adjustments to maintain balance with consideration for downscaling of various items.
で正直ここようわからんという方も多いと思うんですけど、僕当然全コンテンツチェックをこのデノミネーションされた状態の14でも、全てのコンテンツ遊んでるっていうかプレイしてチェックしてますけど、全くなんていうの変わんないです。すぐ慣れます。1時間もかかんないです。
I'm sure it still kind of raises question. Like it is kind of hard to grasp with just explanation on words, but with Yoshida looking at all of the content and making sure to test everything out and seeing the downscaled numbers, it really doesn't change the way the game plays. It doesn't feel different. You will get used to it rather quickly. It didn't really even take an hour to get used to the downscaled numbers.
もちろんね、ギュッてこう圧縮されてるから。
It just doesn't really matter. Like,
IL ご利用ししてたみたいな。
you accept your numbers aren't big enough anymore,
小さくなってるんで、ちょっとその。
and you want to make them bigger again.
だったなこいつらみたいなのはありはするけど。
And that's all there is to it.
とかのコンテンツとかまあ。
I don't know why anyone would really be mad about this. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
ID とか番新とか行くときには。なんかファイジャーのダメージ、なるほどね、デノミしたから小さくなったなと思ったぐらいで、あとは
Like, I like big numbers, but like, it's all relative.
Of course, with the reduction of the values in some places where you just pressed on with the item level, because there is such a broad range, you might feel that some of the enemies are a little bit tougher, as in like it might take a little bit more effort to get through and deal enough damage, but looking at the content that's aimed for level 90 or anything that's beyond level 80, the instance dungeons or the trials, the primal fights, of course you'll physically see the numbers come out, and like with Fire 3, oh yeah, downscaling. I do see the numbers kind of going down, but again, you get used to it, and it's.
I don't know why they're so worried. People that moan about this, like, they'll be over it in like a day. This doesn't need to be like reiterated like 5 fucking times.
ギリギリ強いやつで行った時には体感やっぱり今までよりはその伸びが抑えられてる分だけ相対的にちょっとやっぱ硬く感じたりはある。まあそれに合わせてちょっと報酬の付け直しとかは今もまだ検討してるので、はい。
Maybe I'm just an asshole. Maybe this does matter to people.
変わらないです、本当に。はい。
It will feel
Like,
weird,
if
sure,
you go
but
into some of the past content, and if you don't go into it unsynced, or no, if you go into it unsynced, because it has been kind of compacted, it might feel like it takes a little bit more effort to get through to some of the enemies. But again, with content that is level 80 and higher, you don't feel a difference.
でまあなんでやるのっていうところなんですけども、
はい
やっぱり今まで、まあ、本当にありがたいことにここまでそのファイナルファンタジー14皆さんの応援もあって長く続けられてきて、さらにこの先もあと10年はもう全然やれるだろうと今思ってるんですけど、やっぱりまだそのあたりがわからないその僕らもなんていうのどこまで続けられるか勢いでって言ってた時にこうやっぱアイテムレベルの上昇によってプレイヤーが強くなるっていうことを結
well,
構
they said kind of harder. They didn't really say like objectively more
さ
difficult.
らに進んでいくと本当にもう数字がめちゃくちゃな桁になっていき、もうバグを引き起こしたりとかヘイト管理がもう、まあ、今ですらもう破綻してたり実はするので、この先10年もまたこの成長を続けていくために一旦なんていうのレベルの低い側をこうギュッとちょっと数字を縮めさせてもらって上のこう成長をしっかりまた作っていきたい。でこれは仮にもし14がこの先10年やったらまた8年後とか9年後とかにもう一回またデノミネーションさせてくださいっていう日が来るとは思います。なのでこれはもうどちらかというと皆さんによりさらに長い期間14を楽しんでもらうためにやらなければ
I don't think so, Evil.
いただけると助かります。はい。はい。
I don't think so.
You may be wondering why we're downscaling.
Job changes
but,
have a big impact as well.
You know, looking at just how many people are joining us at this point, and we're still growing. So we're looking at another 10 more years potentially. And so considering if we continue at this pace, will we be able to sustain ourselves in the coming 10 years after here? And before, we didn't know how far we can go. We didn't know just how long we can continue running Final Fantasy XIV. So with the concept of the item level making the player stronger, we've kind of added the rate at which players become stronger has kind of it was at an accelerated pace. So with the numbers growing really large and keeping at this pace, we will start to see numbers kind of interfering with some of the formulas and calculations. The numbers will look ridiculous with the additional digits. The management of aggro gets to be a little difficult, and the formulas that work in the background, it's actually already causing some trouble with such inflated numbers. So
It was your fault for making the aggro change.
Opportunity to kind of compact it, kind of bring it down to size, so to speak, so that we will have more room to continue growing upwards. And so we're hopeful that this will allow for us to leave room for growth. And maybe 8 years down the line from here, we might once again come back and say, okay, we'll need to downscale again. But again, we're trying to look into the future. We're trying to make sure that we're leaving enough room for growth so that players can continue to enjoy Final Fantasy XIV for as long as possible. So some people might be discouraged about the thought of downscaling, but please understand we are trying to do this for the betterment of the game and to make sure we're looking into the future as well.
はい。でこのデノミネーションのさらに、続きがあってですね、人数制限解除の時どうなるのっていうところなんですけど、超える力強っていうのがかかります。
And so there's still more in terms of the downscaling. People might be wondering, so what if you go in as an undersized party? Well, when you're using an undersized party, enhanced echo will be applied.
まあこれまでにできるだけ近いバランスになるように、新しく作ったシステムなんですけど、これコンテンツレベルがいくつかによってこの超える力今日は自動的に強さが変わるっていうものなので、ちょっと説明は難しいですけど、なんとなくいくコンテンツに合わせた超える力の強いやつがかかるんだなと思ってもらえればいいかなと思います。
So it says here, enhanced echo effect will be applied to bring the difficulty balance in line with previous patches, and enhancement strength will vary by duty level. So basically speaking, whatever content you go into,
why remove echo entirely?
Enhanced echo should allow for the power level to be like matched to make it appropriate to what it originally was, and make it in line with previous patches.
I don't really understand this, to be fair.
さらにですね、獲得経験値もものすごい桁になってきたので、経験値も周りもデノミネーションしてます。で、これに伴って今後も数値調整が非常に厄介になってくるので、ちょっとダンジョンの道中
I mean, the whole point is that you're meant to be able to clear like old shit for farming purposes, which isn't really a bad idea.
変えさせていただきました。
なるほど。
And then with the experience points that are gained through battles have become very inflated as well. So that's being adjusted also. And with that, whenever you go into a dungeon and there are like enemies, like mob enemies or like trash mobs that you go through, previously we would allow for EXP to be gained whenever you defeat each individual enemy, but we are going to be adjusting it so that when you get to the boss, the dungeon boss, that's when all of the EXP will be awarded.
Well, the option is still there to do it the intended way, so I don't really see the problem.
But of course, rest assured, it won't be disadvantageous, so to speak, for the players when you're going through a dungeon. So, yeah, there's no need to worry there.
むしろ ID の経験値は今回もそのデノミネーションとは別にARR からシャドーブリンガーまでの成長曲線
Get some sleep, man.
幅とかは全部洗って
This is the more boring shit anyway. Hope you enjoy the Summoner remake, the rework though.
すべて複数ジョブ遊べるぐらい結構綺麗に調整したので、はい。
You don't at all? Really?
With the experience points that are gained in these different instance dungeon has been revisited. We made sure to look at the growth curve across ARR all the way through Shadowbringers, with keeping in mind the new level cap is going to be at level 90. So we adjusted the curve so that it is appropriate for that span. And
Hello, Hotshot.
Should allow for you to play with multiple jobs. So please rest assured there as well.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like they look like a distinct like lack of buttons.
といったところで、
第2部終了？
はい、第2部は
But hey, I might be able to play it now.
もう一度休憩を挟みたいなと思います。
Now it just looks like a better
So now
machinist.
we conclude the second phase of today's Better Life.
でも結構終わり見えてきたね。
そうですね。
はいはい、
で、ここからですね、また20分ほど休憩をいただきたいと。
あ、20分いる？
いらない？
俺は10分でいい。あゆみさんどう？
10分休憩にします
10分で、大丈夫ですよ。
はい。では、
10分で。
10分休憩になりまして、休憩
Yeah, that's fair. The dot removal was weird to me.
ですね。動画3本ご用意しております。一つ目は、まずファンフェス、先日ありましたね。ファンフェスの思い出動画をご覧になっている方も多いと思いますので、ファンフェスの思い出動画を、ご用意しておりますのと、あと先日、ご紹介しました料理本を紹介する動画っていうのがございまして、こちらも合わせて、ご覧いただきつつ、あとですね、最新のサントラ、デス・アントゥ・ドーン。
デス・アンコ・ドーン。
はい、こちらね。こちら、最近リリースされましたけど、こちらの MV がございます。ので、こちら3本合わせてご覧いただければ、休憩もちょっとできていいんじゃないかなと ということでございます。So now we are taking a 10 minutes break
Oh
now,
my
and then
God.
we have some video. One is the memories from the last farm festival,
Bro.
and then introduction of the cookbook, and a new music video for our latest soundtrack, This Until Dawn. はい、それでは今から10分休憩です。
Another one, dude?
So let's see you in 10 minutes. どうぞ。
Okay, bye. Thank God I dipped. Yeah, I think the important stuff's kinda done now. Mantra and Hotshot, thank you for the follows, by the way. Welcome. My alerts are muted right now, sorry. Oh shit, Chevy, sorry. Thank you for the host, dude. My bad. I didn't even realize you'd hosted. My alerts are muted right now. I apologize. Sorry, dude. Thank you for the host. I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize. I hope you had a good time regardless. My alerts are behind the window capture, that's why. Yeah, hosts don't show up in chat, only raids. But yeah, man. Welcome everybody. Nice to meet you. Came with Chevy, glad I found a machinist expert. That's me. I'm not ending yet, Calidor. I'm not ending yet. I'll at least see what the last section's about. I'm not going yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be a machinist expert for much longer. Machinist next expansion's looking mighty disappointing. So I might be hanging up the gun. I'm not sure yet. But we'll see. We will see. You got machinist at 80. Nice job, dude. Nice job. Did you enjoy it? The leveling, I mean. But yeah, like, Summoner looks kind of cool. It looks like I might be able to play it. Because I can't play the current one to save my fucking life. Yeah, appreciate the host, brother. Thank you. Might not be the only bard in existence anymore. Yeah, it's showing the most promise out of all the physical range right now, which I never thought I'd fucking say. But here we are. Pretty funny. Yes, hello, my name is Saren. I'm an EU streamer and a raider. Obviously not raiding right now, but I primarily raid as a physical ranged. But I play every role really, just not as well. I know when I stream later on today, probably later on today, do some raid where we talk about everything in better detail because my brain is melted right now. There's Variety once a month. Variety's coming back next week, I'm sorry. Run 3 is a 1.5 second GCD. No, wait, is it actually? Yo, dude, that's insane. Gone are the days of long casts. That's crazy. That's nuts. At least, like, this thing, that's the thing though. Like, now Summoner's basically a Phys-ranged. But actually good. I really don't know how I feel right now. It's kind of rough. tune though.
Enjoy the watch party, Seren. What is your opinion on this? 7.
7. I like 7. 7 what though? Machinist is still okay-ish though. I mean, as it stands, it's gonna have no place except to be a 1% and a mitigation bot with tactician, and that's it. So basically, like it is now, except everything else is like getting better apart from scholar. And machinist has just been like they like Phys-ranged just seems to be in this perpetual state of just existing to provide one small purpose. Until you're at like a speed kill level, which point dance is good too. But machinist right now just is just gonna be a shitty pure DPS again for another 2 fucking years. Like, it exists because it's viable, not because it's good. Which is just fucking sucks. Like 100%, man. But I hope your classes and your mains got what you wanted, chat. Like, it's looking to be a very finisher and combo heavy expansion. Like, all these finishers and shit are pretty boring, I'll be honest. Pretty fucking boring. Like, you know, they certainly did what they said they were gonna do and just build on 5.0, but when they said build, I didn't think they actually just meant bolting abilities on the end. Like, holy fuck. Bruh. Not the most fun fucking... But a few classes look like they've gotten some good shit, so... Onslaught is not shit anymore. Yeah, but Upheaval doesn't cost gauge anymore, like, you don't even have to think, like... The 2 wrinkles in your brain that's required to play Warrior have now gone. Alright, your brain is completely smooth. It's like a pebble. A slimy pebble. There's never a brain to begin with, yeah, kinda. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, we'll see what happens with the finished product, obviously. A lot can still happen, yeah. Just the fact that they got to physical range was just like, yeah, there isn't much to say. It's just like, cool, man. Pressing onslaught to pad damage, yeah. Like, it's just rough. Like, there's no imagination there at all. Is it gonna be 10 seconds though? Or is it gonna be more now? Well, clearly they think Living Dead is good, so I mean... I would imagine Onslaught is just going to become a 2-charge 30-second CD again. Or not again, but you know, like the rest. Nobuo made this music. Great. Gonna get fucking DMCA'd. Yeah, like Rough Divide. Like Intervene. Like Plunge. Like all the rest of them. People complained Warrior has no weaving. Could have given it another fucking OG CD then, couldn't they? There isn't a gap closer, by the way. Yeah. Dude, it's nearly fucking 8 AM. Holy shit, what am I doing? I'm so hungry as well. We have no food. Like, after this, like, part of me wants to go to bed and the other part of me wants to just go to the shop. Wait. The fucking tooltips have been leaked already for Sage. And Miuna has translated all of it. What the fuck, dude? Holy shit. These are not final numbers though, man, so do keep that in mind.
はい、お待たせいたしました。ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしております。ここからはパート3第3部をお送りしていきたいと思います。We are back here again, and then thank you very much for watching the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live, number 66. Now we are entering the phase 3, final phase of today's program.
5時間
はい。
経過しましたが、
hours.
ああ。
さあ行きましょうか。
はい。今日は第3部はですね、その他いくつか今日ご紹介しておきたいアップデートがありますので、ご紹介していきたいと思います。
まずこち
I
ら
think
です。
people are just more interested in what the abilities do.
First of all,
HQ アイテムを削減いたします。
Wait, what?
we will be removing some HQ items.
ですね、ではどういうことかというのをご説明していきますが、まず一部 HQ アイテムの排出を停止します。
This music was well timed.
ヤザラの採取などで意図せず HQ 入手してカバンがとにかく圧迫されていくっていうことが多いので、HQ をごそっと減らそうと思います。
So, diving into what exactly that entails, basically, certain items will no longer be obtainable as HQ, high quality. This is basically whenever you're gathering materials or whatnot, sometimes you unintentionally procure HQ items. And so that kind of puts a lot of pressure on inventory. So we wanted to kind of combat that inventory.
More inventory,
so,
okay, good.
We've just decided we would do away with some of the HQ items.
ではまとめを作ってございますので、まず排出が停止される、HQ アイテムから見ていきましょう。 ギャザラーが採取可能なアイテムからは全て HQ がなくなります、それから敵がドロップする素材も HQ がなくなります。でトークンで交換できる素材もなし、でその他、特定のコンテンツで獲得できるクラフターが制作できない素材に関しては、HQ が一切排出されなくなります。
So we created summaries for this also. So first, we would like to go into items that will no longer be available as HQ. Basically, gathered items, enemy drops, materials that are exchanged using tokens, and non-craftable materials obtained from certain content. So stuff that crafters or disciples of the hand cannot create.
で、HQ 自体は排出は止まるんですけど、削除はその皆さんが手元に持ってるものは削除はしないので、手元には残るんですけど、制作時の初期品質アップとか納品時ボーナスとかはもうなくなってしまうので、出品トレードする場合は品質を下げてですね NQ にしていただくようお願いいたします。
Morning, Rose.
So of course,
How's it
with
going?
HQ items no longer being dropped, then that being said, whatever you already had on hand will remain. So let's see, you won't be able to these items won't it won't increase the crafting quality, nor will it provide bonuses whenever you deliver these items. On top of that, when you are going to be like selling these items, HQ items will no longer be able to be sold via the market board. So you would need to
I want to see job video. It's on YouTube somewhere, but it played like hours ago.
じゃあ排出提出されない HQ アイテムは何かというと、クラフター
Dude, I swear he just said Serenaya. Jesus Christ.
引き続き、ノーマルクオリティとハイクオリティっていうのが存在します。で、中間素材に関しても、同じです。あとは装備品、完成品ですね。はい。っていうのも HQ、NQ 残ります。
Now,
Has anyone got a link to the job
will,
video?
Still be available as HQ are crafted items. So those will be available in both NQ and HQ. This also includes the intermediary materials.
Already got it.
Gear,
Alright,
cool. The crafted
Enjoy.
Gear, of course, will be available as normal quality and high quality as well.
まあとはいえじゃあそのどうなんのっていうところなんですけど、次言ってもらえますか？はいはい。こちら
Wait, yeah, is that fucked over the cookie thing?
中間素材、それから装備品っていうのは 6.0 以降もそのまま変わりません。
So for the items that are still going to be available, the functionality will remain unchanged even after the release of Endwalker.
そしてですね、続いてこれによってですね HQ がなくなることで最終に関わるギャザラーの能力とかどうなのか。
Well, they didn't mention quest items, so I assume they stay the
主に
same.
これらは、取れる個数に影響を与えるものに全部変更しています。
So actions and attributes that affected HQ yields when gathering will be adjusted, primarily changed to affect item yield.
なので、装備を整えていくと1回で取れる個数
Well, the machinist changes.
So in other words, before you would, some of the abilities and actions would allow for you to gather HQ materials, but with this update, those have been those abilities
Don't ask
have
questions
been
you don't want the answer
adjusted
to.
so that whenever you go in with the proper sort of preparation and gear, it will affect the number or the quantity you're able to sort of gather.
で、漁師に関しては
We have a shotgun, we have 2 charges of reassemble, and we have a finisher after pile bunker, and that's basically it.
And for fishers, there will be a different sort of parameter that's not HQ.
まあやっぱね、
Yo, Siri, thank you for the raid.
小さいっていうところは
What's up?
釣りのね、一つのポイントでもあったりするので、はい。
Of of course, with fishers, the size of the catch definitely
Hope you had a good time.
affects what you gather. So that's definitely being kept in consideration.
で、これらによってですね、条件達成時に HQ の条件があったりするクエストとか攻略手帳とかアチーブメントは全て見直しを 6.0 に合わせてかけております。
How's it going?
So quests, challenge log entries, and achievements requiring HQ items will be adjusted.
なのでもう
Not yet, Framsy,
の効果だったり、効き具合だったり、クラフトも同じですけど、
Someone linked the job trailer.
影響するすべては再調整を全部に対してかけて
Oh, quests. There we go. Never mind.
はい。もうこれもやっぱりそのまあ
Had fun?
この
Good.
先10年っていうことを考えたときにここで一回全部スリム化をしておいてということの
Welcome everybody. My name is Saren. I'm from Europe. I'm still
So
awake.
with anything that involves these HQ items that will become no longer available, so any actions, effects of actions, crafting, anything that is affected will be adjusted.
Thank you for the follow.
Again, this is in preparation for more longevity and to look into 10 years beyond the release of Endwalker. And we wanted to kind of streamline things at this point.
でこれらはちょっと経済影響もあるので、
I appreciate the raid, Siri.
次回
Thank
も
you.
う一回
Means a lot.
行月のフィナーレ前にやりますよというプロデューサー
Hope you're all having a
で
wonderful evening or morning or whatever it is for
お
you.
伝えしていこうと思いますので、ぜひそちらをご注目いただければと思います。
So this will affect the economy of in-game. So we would like to go into further detail and make sure we are covering and explaining what
I am not
this all
usually live right
involves in
now, no.
detail.
You're right.
So this will be covered in the next
Special
letter from the
occasions and all
producer
that.
live, which will be done immediately before the release of Endwalker.
はい。こちらに関しては以上かな。
はい
では続いてメディアツアーが始まるので、ちょっとその他にもいろいろお伝えしておかなきゃいけないことを
Sorry, my alerts are
お伝え
muted.
していきます。
はい、お願いします。
Appreciate the follows, guys. Welcome.
これはちょっと落ち着いて聞いてほしいんですけど、いいですよ。
Gotta learn from me. Oh god.
テレポと都市内転送網にアップデートがございます。
No worries. I think all the interesting stuff's kind of gone
テレポの消
mostly
費ギ
anyway.
ルの変更についてでございます。
Don't know how much longer I'm
So,
gonna
of
be a
course,
machinist
with
main
the
for.
media tour coming up, there are still some more information that we would like to share. This next update, I would like for you to make sure you're seated and just be calm when you hear this. But we would like to make an update and adjust the teleportation fees.
ですね、今回、両月のフィナーレではですね、光の戦士の皆さん、ついに月へ到達するということが発表されておりますが、このまま世界が広がっていくとですね、ほぼ全てのテレポが999になってしまうので、今後の拡張に合わせてですね、消費ギルの計算式を全て見直しをさせていただきました。
Of
Recalculated.
course, with Endwalker, we are taking to the moon, and our world is expanding yet even further. So, how we currently have our teleportation fees, our max is at 999 gil. So, sooner or later, all of the locations we need to teleport to will cost 900.
Why does it
gil.
cost in
So,
the first place?
considering we would like to make sure that we are laying the proper foundations for further expansion, another one of the elements that we looked at is the guild that is required to teleport to different locations.
まず、
I'm the fucking warrior of light, man.
というキャップがかかってるんですけど、キャップを一回外してま
Should
す。
be free.
Of course, the current cap on the teleportation fees is 999 gil, but we are going to remove that upper limit.
で今までも
great.
内部計算的にはそうなってるんですけど、今飛ぼうとしてるところからその、テレポート先の の距離に応じて価格が変わるっていうのをやってるんですけど、そこをさらにちょっと調整した結果が、こちらになっております。
So we are going to adjust or we've already had the calculation set up internally. So it is measured by the distance from point A to point B, or where you want to get to, and the fees are calculated according to the distance. And so right now, of course, there's a sorry, there should be another element of the PowerPoint, but it's going to be adjusted as such.
結論から言うと、
fucking
ギャ
god.
ップを超えて1000ギルを超えてるところもあるんですけど、安くなってるところも結構あります。結果的に。
Do I look like I can afford this shit?
はい。
Of course, with the level cap being, or not level cap, the guild, the fee cap being removed, you do see costs that exceeds 1,000 gil. But because we revisited and recalculated the teleportation fees, you may notice also that some of the locations have become cheaper to teleport.
これなので、飛ぶ場所から距離が遠ければ遠いほど可変します。これ固定の値ではないので、その言い方で通じるかな。
The fuck is this, dude?
Fees will fluctuate depending on where you are and then where you're teleporting to. It's not a set number, like it's not going to be expensive to fly to certain regions, regardless of where you're coming from.
これ今リストが出てるのは東ラノシアのコスタ・デル・ソルからテレポした場合です。はい。のリストです。
So these numbers, please don't get hung up on the numbers. This is only measured from, we're flying out of Eastern Lanosia from Costa del Sol.
そうなんでコスタでサンプルなんだよって言われると、ごめん、メディアツアーでここしか開けてないからなんだよ、Q エリア。
Fucking taxes, man. What the
People are
fuck?
wondering, well, why Lanosia? Why the Costa del Sol? Well, that's the place we've opened up for the media tour, so that's why.
This is
な
dumb.
ので主要にあるところを無料にこうお気に入りとかで安くしておいて、そこへ中継してから飛ぶとめちゃくちゃ安くなったりするんで、ちょっと工夫をすると全然このギルかからなかったりするので、そうしていただけるとありがたいですね。
So because the fees will fluctuate depending on the distance, you might want to have like a favorited point or a location where you can teleport to for free, and then use that as like a connection point to get to whatever location it is.
例えばですけど、今これクリスタリウムが498ギルになってるんですけど、
はい、
クリスタリウムまで飛んでしまうとレイクランドまでは100いかないぐらいですかね。はい。なので、
What makes you think I'm tired, huh?
So for example, say it costs about 408 gil to fly over to Crystarium. Once you get to Crystarium, Lakeland is right there, so it's cheaper than 100 gil. So again, it kind of depends on the distance.
クリスタリウムが安い理由はですね、
What a
クリスタル
convoluted
タワーの位置
system.
を考えてるからです。クリスタルタワーから転送されるっていうことを考えると、
なるほど。
はい、クリタワーからは0円じゃないですか。なんでクリタワーまでの距離としか見てないんで安いんですよ。
So the reason why it's cheaper is because, well, it's looking at the Crystal Tower as like the starting off point. And so if you consider the distance, it becomes very cheap. Like you're not teleporting too far.
なのでまあ設置されたい方はちょっとルートを考えてもらえると良いかなと思います。
Who fucking cares,
インパク
man?
トがで
Like,
かいんで、
そうですね。
すげえ
I
値上がり
hate
したと見えるん
this
ですけ
system,
ど、
man.
実際この計算式によって
They spend so long talking about like the most mundane shit.
増えてるって言った方がいい。はい。
So again, you might want to consider the route that you're taking in order to save gil when you're
I don't know why we need like a
I know
fucking
looking
thesis
at
on this, like
four-digit cost for
distance
teleporting
equals
seems
more
like a lot.
gil.
But the calculation formula has been adjusted, and so it should properly.
I appreciate the
like, calculate
transparency,
out,
but like, who fucking cares?
Sometimes
shouldn't
the
even
depending on the
cost at
distance,
all.
The cost would be.
But you know, it's
cheaper
something
than
we
it
get
originally
used to
was, so.
because why the fuck
まあ
not?
ちょっとこれに合わせて言っとくと転送チケットあるじゃないですか。
はい。
まあ次回でお伝えしようと思ってたんですけど、転送チケットもちょっとオプションが増えていて、この
I'm yawning like a bitch now.
以上
Holy
だったら
fuck.
もう勝手に使ってくれ。これ以下は使わないでくれみたいな、なんか細かい設定ができるようになったりしてるんで。
なるほど。
はい。
But that also
I
kind
don't
of
have any
affects
monster,
the
dude.
teleport tickets. We're going to save this for next PLL, but there's going to be different options for your teleportation tickets. Like
Wait, what?
it's some of them might be like free for use within any range of distance,
What?
or some of it is like this for a certain other distance. So there's also going to be like in consideration of these fees being recalculated, the teleportation tickets are also going to be affected.
Dude, who fucking
で、まあ、せっ
cares?
かくの機会なのでちょっとコメントを見ていると最近始めた方とか、まあ、MMO が初めてっていう方もいらっしゃるのでどのちょっとコメント見ててもそうなんですけどそもそもなんで金取んだよっていう方が結構いらっしゃるのでちょっと説明をしておくとまずシステムこういうそのギルをこういただくのってシステム側がギルを回収するっていう言い方をやっぱりします。これは僕も MMO 他のゲームも遊んでる時にギルっていうかお金回収されてんなみたいなまず一旦そこまでお願いできます。
So looking at the comments, and it might be because there are people who just started playing an MMO, but
Thank you for
I
the
do
follow.
see that people are wondering, so why do we even charge a teleportation fee? So allow me to explain.
Let me read the names.
With
Newbie,
this system,
Shekning,
of
and
course, there's
Jopi.
an
Thank you for the
element
follows.
where
Welcome.
we're sort of collecting or collecting gil.
でモンスターを倒したりとか何かコンテンツをクリアしたりするとまあギルがシステムからこう払い出されてると思うんですけどこういうギルを皆さんから回収させていただく場所を作っていかないと皆さんの中のギルがただひたすら溜まっていくことになるんですね。でプレイヤーの皆さんから見たらいや別にギル溜まっていくことでお前らが何が困るんだよなんで減らすんだよってなると思うんですけどこれみんなが超絶お金持ちギル持ちになっちゃうと結果マーケットの流通されるアイテムとかがどんどん値上がりしていくんですよ。高騰いわゆるインフレーションしていってしまうのでインフレーションを抑えるためにもやっぱりシステム側で回収させていただくギルっていうのはとても重要です。はい。
So, for example, so we need a system where we're collecting gil from our players or from our residents of Eorzea, and then the system kind of collects the money because when you're defeating monsters, your enemies, they would drop some gil and you would collect money. And that's where the system is actually paying back the players. And so there needs to also be a system
unironically spending
the system
4 times as
collects back the
long
gil.
talking
And there
about
needs to be that
teleport
flow of
prices
back and forth
than we
of
did talking
currency
about
between,
physical range.
the players and the system, because if
Oh
things
my god.
just spat out gil and we just became all gillionaires, sure, from a player perspective it's fine, but if you look at the in-game economy, like the market boards, the pricing will become very inflated. And so as part of trying to keeping that inflation down, there needs to be a means in which the system collects the gil from
I
players.
hate to break it to you, but there's people sat on several capped retainers. Your attempt at controlling inflation failed miserably years ago. What the fuck kind of rock are you living under?
やらなかったらもっともっとインフレしてるんですね。なのでとても重要なので、本当に皆さんには申し訳ないんですけど、やっぱこういうところ
Alright, what is this
を理解して
meme?
いただくっていうのが長くやっぱり MMO っていうゲームを運営していく上でとても重要なので、すいません、ご了承ください。
This game is
And
already at
of
like
course, I also saw comments that say, well, prices
insane
are
levels
already
of
inflated.
inflation.
It seems like everything is, the pricing is all inflated. But it's actually, this is despite the fact that we're controlling it with having the system collect gil from our players. So if we didn't implement any sort of system where players are spending gil, it would pricing or the market would be even further inflated. So it is, again, very important that we have a means for the system to collect gil from our players. So again, it might be something that could cause some frustration, but it is a necessary means. So I hope you understand.
最後に、
はい、
そもそもじゃあこのテレポ代どこ行ってんだよというか、なんで金かかんだよっていうところなんですけど、昔説明したことあるんですけど、
ありますね。
このエーテライト網というのはですね、まあ皆さんのエーテルをこう転送する高度な技術が詰め込まれておりまして、これが正常に動作しなくなるとですね、皆さんのエーテルが漂って知略を漂って帰ってこれなくなってしまったりするんですね。なので欠かさず皆さんのには分かんないところで結構メンテナンスをしてるんですよ、この世界の人たちで。そのメンテナンスにお金がかかるのでいただいてるっていうことになってます。はいですね。
And I think people are still wondering about, well, why do we even collect a teleportation fee? So this is actually something that we've explained in the past, a long time ago, actually. So the Ethernet, as we call it, is only working properly because of the proper maintenance, the regular maintenance that is being done for the network, or else people might end up getting sucked into the ether and drift along the live stream. So this maintenance costs a lot of gil to do. So hence we do require for
I like long big cocks.
residents of Eorzea to pay a teleportation fee.
I like long big
まあ実はね
cocks.
これよう言うわね。
I like long big cocks.
ついにオールドシャーレアンでですね、エーテライトを作ってる人たちの施設が出てきてですね、なんか内情わかりますんで、ちゃんとビジネスをされますんで、ご注目ください。60。はい。
Some people might be skeptical about this, and they may think that we're just making this up. But I mean, we're traveling to Old Charlian with Endwalker, and those are the people who have created this Ethernet.
Chad, don't start
So
spamming
perhaps
Loggies,
we
I
can
swear to God.
Get more insight into the background.
Not now.
And how these
Ethernet D's
ether
nuts.
travel
Hey, Lamau,
is
got him.
implemented.
はい。じゃあちょっとテレポはこれぐらいにして、まあ、これは見ていただくしかないかなと思うので、あとメディアの皆さんとかレポートをしてくださると思うので、
そうですね。
そちらをご確認ください。あともう一個、都市内転送網のアップデートについてお知らせしておきます。
So of course, I think that covers the teleportation fee. The media tour is going to happen soon, so I'm sure some of our media
No, that's
and
my
influencers
soundboard.
will be picking up on that in their coverage. Next up is teleportation and Ethernet updates, and so the Ethernet updates.
じゃあちょっとユーザーインターフェース画面に出しちゃってください。あれ？こんな感じでございます。まるっと新しいインターフェースになってます。
That's kind of
So
nice,
the
I
Ethernet
guess.
UI, as you can see, has been updated significantly.
これどうなってるかというと、とにかく今までのリストだと分かんないんですよ。一応カッコでこの辺とか書いてるんですけど、まあ、実際どこだよっていう。でちょっとゲーム画面出しちゃってもらえますか。
はい。実機です。
まあただワンクリックっていうか増えは
Okay, I didn't need a live showing of it. Like, come the fuck on, man.
右側に出ます。開けば。
はい。
でこうどこそれどこっていうのがクリックするとですね、右の地図が 変わります。
As you can see, the UI shows a list of.
I mean, that is good. Like, don't get me
Previously,
wrong.
It was just a list of text, and I mean, we did put like parentheses and kind of show where it sort of is, but it is very hard to tell where exactly you're teleporting to within a particular town. And so with this updated UI, when you click on one of the items on the list, you will see that there will be a map displayed to the right of it. So you can see where exactly you will be teleporting it, to. So for example, we are in Ulda right now, and we're clicking on the different locations, and it would kind of pop up on the map on the right-hand side.
まあ、なぜもっと早く作らなかったのかとかね、最初からこうすれば、まあもちろんおっしゃる通りなんですけど、大変なんですよ、こういうの作るの。まあ本当お待たせしたんですけど。はい。
And I'm sure some of you are saying, well, why didn't you do this sooner? I wish it was like this from the beginning. And apologies for that. It is quite an undertaking to do something like this. So it has been a long time coming, but we will be finally implementing this.
で、これ、まあ選んで押せば、もう一回ね、転送されます。
So you're going to have to double click if you want to, if you've chosen where you want to go. But yeah, once you click on it twice, then you are teleported to that particular Aetherite shard.
で、この辺なんだよなっていう場合、こっちだとワンクリックで地図上のカインエテライトをワンクリックすれば飛べます。
And then you can also teleport directly to a particular location if you go into the map and click on the sort of simplified icon of the Aetherite shard.
これで、迷うことはなくなるのではないかと。
We're hoping that that would alleviate any people getting lost on which Ethernet location to jump to.
Sorry, I don't know what to say right now.
はい。ということで、都市内転送も
Can we go back to ground targeting?
はい。
さて、今日お伝えしておきたいその他のアップデートは2つございまして、
はい。
Out of principle, I will get to the end of this.
今自動ログアウトが、入ってます30分、これによってちょっと一部の、主釣りに影響が出ているで、なんとかしますというお話をさせていただいてたんですが、漁師の直感の発動に必要な魚の釣りやす今何匹釣ってるっていうのがログアウトしても、データとして保持するっていうかなりスペシャルな対応をさせていただいたので、すいません、かなりスペシャルな対応だったので 6.0 じゃないとちょっとやっぱり間に合わないというか入れられないので 6.0 からこうなりますので、すいませんがちょっと我慢いただけると助かります。
So there are a couple more updates, miscellaneous updates that we wanted to share with you today. One of which is it affects the fishers out there who attempts to catch the big fish. Now, as of 5.58, we implemented an automatic logout after 30 minutes of inactivity. And
yeah, I'm really logged out right now.
Fishers out there who wanted to maintain Fisher's intuition, and I wanted to do something about it. And so our solution to that is we are going to be making adjustments so that progress towards Fisher's intuition will remain even after logging out. So the count of how many fish you have captured for a particular big fish will be saved as like data, even if you log out. It's quite a special or like a unique adjustment that we had to make. So I'm afraid it won't be implemented until the release of the expansion. But yes, it will be updated as of 6.0.
まあ自動ログアウトがね、まあまだ継続かっていうちょっとお声もあるかなとは思うんですけど、全く外せるようなすいません状態ではなくてですね、まあ
Well, you gotta remember, chat, like, they are
昨日がまたさらに最高人数。これがまた全リージョン
accessibility focused, so,
北米もそうですし、ヨーロッパもそうですし、日本もそうなんですけど、
you know.
ずっと毎日最大数を更新し続けてるっていう状態で、本当申し訳ないんですけど、本当ね、半導体さえなんとかなればなんですけど、ちょっとワールドも今足せない状態なので、すみませんが続きます。で、当然これ 6.0 来てからもよりだと思うので、ちょっと申し訳ないんですが、ご迷惑をおかけしますが、よろしくご理解のほどお願いいたします。
I fall asleep? No.
With that, I think people have already surmised that
Reading my phone.
Automatic logout is still going to stay in effect even after the launch of the expansion. And I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid we're not in a position to sort of remove that restriction yet. We are still recording
struggling.
record number of logins, simultaneous logins. So and this applies to all of our global regions, not just North America, Europe, but also Japan as well. And we're continuously sort of breaking our record of people who are logging in on a daily basis. So I'm really sorry. If there's a way that semiconductors became more readily available even in this situation, until then we are unable to add additional worlds. So and I think with the launch of the expansion, we anticipate more people.
Yeah, you missed all the good shit.
Again, we really apologize for the inconvenience that this may cause, but yeah, I'm afraid we will have to continue with this automatic logout and whatnot. So your support is definitely appreciated.
で、これに付随してですね、もう一個これはもう本当に申し訳ないのですが、お知らせがあってですね、ちょっと混雑、その 6.0 へ向けてのちょっと混雑の対応を優先してサーバーの性能を上げたりですね。
There we go. Finally, we get an
今
answer.
サーバー班全員がそっちにかかりきりという状態でしてちょっとやっぱり今のタイミングでデータセンタートラベルを開けてしまうとさらに 6.0 でかなりやばい状態になりそうだということでちょっと 6.0X 以降にちょっと延期をすいませんさせてください。
And then another, again, this is very unfortunate, and we're really sorry about this, but in order for us to address the server congestions, we do want to focus on sort of alleviating the congestion and also helping with
6 cocks, man, that would wake me up right about now. Fuck.
So that we won't experience any disconnections or servers going down at the time of the expansion release. And so we have the server team working on that element. So I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid we will probably not have the data center travel until this 6.x and beyond.
ちょっと生カメ切り替えてもらっても大丈夫なんですけど、SNS でね、やっぱりこの機能を発表してから、
New players ruining it.
データセンター、論理データセンターが違うところで遊んでるお友達同士がね、会えるのをすごい楽しみにしてくださってるのをいつも拝見していて、なんとかそれが来たら会えるね。でもそれが目的で僕らが
It's like severely delayed.
なんとか予定通りにお渡ししたかったのは本当したかったんですけ
Feels
ど
bad, man.
今のままだともし仮にこのデータセンタートラベルで何か結構大きなものすごい人数が移動した時に起こるバグとかがあってそのまま 6.0 でなだれ込んでいった場合何かでサーバーダウンした時に何でダウンしたかがわからないとか 例えば復帰させるまでのその時間がすごいかかってしまったりとかする危険性があるので、今までのような拡張であればなんとかいけるとは思ってたんですけど、ちょっと今回はかなりリスクが高いということですいません、僕の判断としてちょっと先送りをさせていただきました。
And so when we first announced data center travel, I saw so many people on the social channels really excited about, we're in different data centers, but we can now play together. And, so many people looking forward to being able to play with friends that they previously were not able to. So we really wanted to deliver on data center travel as originally planned, but
it's starting as within your
situation
region,
and
Hitman.
having data center travel available at the time of expansion launch, and thinking about the potential risk of a severe influx of people coming in, not just for the expansion, but people moving around within their regions and visiting each other on the different data centers within each regions. And say, for example, God forbid, there's some kind of bug that happens at the launch of the expansion and it gets carried over into the servers, and what if the server went down? We would have a very hard time identifying what caused the bug. Is it because of an influx of people coming in from the different data centers, or is it because the influx of just the sheer number of players that are joining new? And it's going to cause confusion. And say if the server went down for some reason, it might take us longer than anticipated to get it back up online. And if this were any previous, like lesser of an impact, or if it had been previous expansions, we may have been able to take the risk. But I think it's just right now it is a bit too much of a risk that apologies again, this is a Yoshida decision that I think we don't want to endanger us with this.
I would prefer a smooth launch. I had already said I was worried about them doing it on 6.0 release. That would be a terrible idea.
Of data center travel.
オセアニアデータセンターに関しては、もう完全にオセアニアというか、物理データセンターで閉じてて、機材も遅れはしたけどギリギリ揃ってるので、以前公開したスケジュールから今大きくは変わってないです。それはもうどちらかというと既存のプレイヤーの皆さんにあんまり影響を与えるものじゃないので、そこは大丈夫そうです。はい。
As for the oceanic data center, we are still pretty much on track for that one. It's a physical data center that we will be opening for that. So, of course, it was a struggle to get the necessary equipment shipped over and whatnot, but we don't have any significant impact or changes made to plans for the oceanic data center, thank goodness. And that shouldn't hopefully affect the existing players anyway, so.
ちょっとこれに関連してよくこの手の話をすると、最近ねクラウドを試せみたいなコメントをね海外でもちらほら見るんですよ。
目にしますね。
And related to that, I've been recently seeing more and more comments, and this is not just Japan, but I've seen comments from the West as well, about, well, why don't you try out Cloud?
我々14チームが、当然言ってないですけどやってないわけはなくて、実は2年前ぐらい2年以上前か1年半ぐらいかけて、超でかいところと一緒にやってたんですね。実証実験は実は1年ぐらいかけてやってました。
So, of course, as Final Fantasy XIV, we of course we have tried exploring cloud gaming, and we have already been looking at it. I think it's already more than 2 years ago, and we spent a fairly hefty amount of time, a considerable amount of time, a year and a half, to test the cloud technology with a fairly major partner.
実はですね、やっぱり一番のボトルネックは、まあ結論から言えば、どうにもならなかったです。かえってサーバーコストは上がるし、ちょっと安定性っていうところもちょっと担保できなさそうだったので、現時点では。なので結論から言うと、NG になってます。
And there were bottlenecks, but just long story short, we couldn't really make it feasible, make it make sense to us. With the different assessments that we have done, it will have cost us more in terms of server cost. Stability would not have been like guaranteed, and various factors led us to sort of forego or just consider this a no-go opportunity.
まあただ言っとくと、ゾーンサーバーと呼ばれているものの処理とかは、
I mean, they've said like it's not about
逆に
money.
言うと実証できたんですけど、ダメなのが僕らがものすごいプレイヤー
Well,
の
they've
皆さ
not
んのデータを
directly said it,
超
but
高
like
速に
clearly the
安定
reason is not,
高
money.
デ
It's
ー
just
タベー
other
スサー
shit.
バーがあまりにも超高速に動作してるがゆえに、こことのつなぎがもうどうにも速度が出なくて、ここはもうでも解消しようがないんですよね。オーバースペックなんですよ、そういう意味だと。はい。
But of course, through the extensive testing that we did, we were able to find out that zone servers can be sort of supported by cloud technology. That what was a bottleneck for us was the database server, which is a very high processing speed and high security, and because that had such great like speed as well as security, it's just connecting the zone server and the database server and having enough speed to connect those two was not feasible. And it was kind of like not overqualified, but like it was an overspec on that end. So
なのでやった結果として、僕としては覚悟を決めてですね、物理で
そうですね。
もう作っちまえばいいと、もう早いし安全だしって思ってるんですけど、このコロナ禍で半導体不足がすごい出て、まあ、ただ早くね皆さんに安定したものを届けられるっていうところがやっぱ物理の魅力なので、まあそこを当面は続けていくことになるかなと思います。はい。
And so with the testing that we have done, that kind of solidified my resolve about, well, physical is better. In this case, it's fast, it's safe. Of course, we would love to continue providing stability and whatnot by growing and expanding on our physical data centers, but with the
Can it load my friends list faster though?
Of semiconductors, the situation could improve. I wish it would improve soon, but I think for the time being, we still want to stick with physical servers.
はい、僕からのすいません、お知らせは以上となります。
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is actually a wrap of the third and final part of today's Letter Live. これで本日の、プロデューサーレターライブの
My fucking god, chat. We did it. We made it.
で今日お伝えできてないこともまだまだあるのはもちろん分かってるんですけども、
まあ、
そちらは
次
回の方ね。
We did it,
Yeah,
dudes.
we are gonna have another letter live as Yoshi mentioned earlier, and then what we could not discuss today will be discussed at the next PRL. ということで、
The next one I probably
ここからはです
won't
ね PLL
stream
おしまいなんですけれ
because
ども
it's like
おしまいの前にいくつか
hand and land
新しい
shit and I don't give a fuck.
そちらをみんなで確認して、
So,
終了したいと思います。
はい。
So
I'll probably
before
watch it,
closing,
but I
as
probably
always,
won't stream it.
We are having some nice news announcement. So
You
let's check
do?
it with you
Other
all and
people
then,
will be.
Before closing. So そう、では最初のお知らせです。画面お願いします。はい、東京ゲームショウが10月3日が意外と再来週、
Alright, that's
2週
enough.
間後に迫っております。So the first announcement is the Tokyo Game Show
Okay.
2021. It's in about 2 weeks, and then we are going
Stop. Thank you. Okay, I've had enough. It's enough, dude. Alright, well, there it is, chat. Yeah, we made it all the way through. I can hide this as well. I don't give a fuck about this. Move you guys back over there. Very good. Nice, man. Yeah. Thoughts? Like, I'm too kind of tired to like really get proper thoughts together. Like, I need to sleep on it and stuff. As I said a few times, next stream, which will either be later today or tomorrow, depending on like if I sleep or not. Like if I don't stream later today, I'll stream tomorrow instead on Sunday. Which, you know, it's fine for me. I don't really care. Yeah, like overall, you know, we've gotten we've gotten like a lot of information. A lot of what we needed. Yeah, certainly questionable decisions here and there. But hey, I'm still excited. Still excited. Overall.